First dungeon Ointera began to sweat. His boss was not going to tell him he had to go in there, right? Boss? Desiree finally turned to look at Ointera and gave him a wide, scaly grin. We are going in since we need to figure out what level dungeon it is. From the surrounding area, I'd say it is around level on-ish. We will be okay as long as we take our time. After all, we need to level up, and if this works like the dungeons I know of, then we can do this one dungeon over and over until we all reach the proper level. Plus, we need to kill elite mobs. Elites only appear in dungeons or around them, but I do not see any elites here now, do you? Ointera wanted to argue, but he could find no fault in anything his boss said. He sighed and looked at the dungeon, which still sent shivers down his spine. He then took a deep breath before slowly letting it out. He held up his spear and said, "T then, let's do it." Good. Remember though, we are checking first. Do not attack anything unless you are attacked first. If they are around the level range I stated, then we will try to pull one at a time. I will be the main tank. I will need you all to keep me healed with first aid, just like we practiced. Desiree had already trained them on teamwork. Each one of them knew how to play their roles quite well. She was the main tank, and the rest were DPS. Ointera was their main healer since she, for some reason, had a bigger mana pool than the others. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Desiree was their boss, so even if they were a little reluctant, they would still follow her orders. Desiree nodded before taking a deep breath and pushing the door to the dungeon open. She felt as if she passed through some kind of thick film as she stepped into the dungeon. At the same time, a notification appeared above her head. Discovered the secluded cave experience points gained. Seeing that she got experience points just for entering the cave made Desiree happy. She quickly looked around to see that she was now in a dimly lit mossy cave. There were torches lining the walls, which would never be possible if there was not some kind of special trick to this entire place. The pigmen all stood behind her with their weapons at the ready. Each one was very nervous, except Desiree, who was trying to analyze everything. We need to go slow. We do not know if these dungeons have traps or not. Desiree was trying to take everything into consideration. As long as they were not caught in a monster trap with hundreds of monsters or hit by any of the traps themselves, they should be able to clear the dungeon. She did hope to maybe find some drops if drops were a thing in dungeons. Taking a deep breath, Desiree decided it was now time to move. She slowly made her way forward. To be safe, she would test the area in front of her with rocks from the cave floor. She did not know if anything was able to sense movement or not. The first area seemed like a safety zone. There were no monsters in sight. But when they came to a passage that narrowed out leading to the next area, Desiree went fully on guard. The passage was not long and was only 2 Desiree wide. They slowly made their way down until they came to the exit that opened up to the next room. This is where Desiree came to a full halt. She motioned to her companions to stay quiet and stay there before looking around and whispering over and over again. She was able to pick up 3 sources that were monsters. Iliate, Night Snake level, 8 monster rank, E elemental affinity, dark HP, 600 MP. 100 Desiree snorted in annoyance. The damn snake had more health than her. But she was lucky it was an elite. This meant she could easily clear one of her evolution requirements. She slowly backed up, forcing the pigmen to follow suit before sitting down in the cave. From what I can tell, there are 3 level 8 elite snakes called night snakes. They are ranky monsters. Their health is at 600 HP, and their mana is at 100 MP. I have no idea about their defenses, or anything like that, but they are aligned with the dark element. The elemental affinity was something new, thanks to her leveling up appraisal. It helped a lot to understand the alignment of the monsters you are killing, since this can help take advantage of a weakness. All elements had opposing sides, after all. Although, the fact that it took longer to get good at certain spells did not help if you were not aligned with them either. So, it made things much more difficult to go around casting every type of element as if you were a god. But Desiree did plan to slowly get used to the other elements as time went on, but would keep her current ice element as her main element. Since none of us are of the light element, we will have a bit of a tougher fight. I will try to lure one over to kill. But be ready for 2 or 3. We will use the narrow passage to our advantage if we get more than one. I will try to keep them both on me, though. Since their plan was set, Desiree moved back into the room. Her first target was the elite night snake to the right, since it was farthest away from the others. Era and the other pigmen all waited at the designated spot where they would fight. Although the room was rather dark, Desiree's dragon eyes could easily see what was going on around her. Sadly, it was only her that could see well. The pigmen still had a hard time seeing into the darker sections of the cave. But even for Desiree, who could see well in the dark, seeing the black night snakes in the darkness was no easy feat, which was why she used appraisal to find out what was around. She quickly and quietly made her way over to the lone night snake and raised her claws. Ice arrow. A blue and white ball of ice formed in front of her hand, before slowly extending out into the shape of an arrow and flying forward. It flew through the cave silently until it smashed into the side of the head of the night snake. The night snake turned its head with narrowed eyes as it hissed and looked at Desiree. It did not hesitate in the slightest to chase after the blue thing that just smacked it with some kind of rock. Desiree, on the other hand, was already backpedaling, but not too fast, since she did not want to lose aggro if it was even possible to do so. But since things were more and more like a game by the second, she couldn't help but feel like it was. She was also keeping an eye on the other night snakes. Luckily, there was no movement as of yet. From the information she was seeing, she had done 30 points of damage from that one attack and used 5 MP to cast the spell. This left her with 415 MP. She would need to attack it 90 more times to kill it. She could easily do that while killing the night snake, but that would not give her companions the experience they need to fight elites. Now that she had those who were fighting at her side and were part of her team, she could not just do everything herself. She did not wish to fight alone either. While it might make her seem more powerful, what would happen if she was alone and accidentally pulled 3 or 4 monsters at a time? She would definitely end up dead if she could not run away. Having Ointera and the others helping her as she made her way toward her goal was very important. She had to fight as a team in order to defeat monsters safely. The night snake began picking up speed as it rushed toward Desiree. Its body slithered back and forth in between the rocks, protruding out of the cave floor. Desiree finally turned around to start running normally. She raised her paw and extended one finger towards Ointera to indicate that only one monster was incoming. Ointera and his kin were nervous, but also determined. They wanted to be of help to their boss, who had done so much to help them grow stronger. They were taking steps to become the first pigmen to evolve. There had never been any record of a pigman who had evolved before, so this was the first time. Attack once our boss reaches us. Remember what she said? We will fight near the entrance to stay away from other mobs, and to also allow us a quick escape if need be. If you get hurt, quickly cast first aid on yourself and back up until you are ready to fight again. If someone ends up dying, do not lose your cool. Keep fighting in formation. Our job is to keep attacking and reduce its HP until it hits 0. Ointera called out his orders, making his companions all nod. Their eyes went from being nervous to looking very serious. It seemed they did not want to fail on the first monster. As soon as Desiree arrived at the group, she skidded to a halt, turned around, and blasted a few more ice arrows at the night snake. She had to keep its attention on her. Ointera and the rest did not have high HP, nor did they have much defense, but she did. The night snake was enraged once more after being hit so many times. It darted at Desiree, ignoring the little piggies at its side. Little did it realize that this was going to be a fatal mistake. While the night snake was focused on trying to kill the one who kept hitting it in the head with frozen rocks, the pigmen flanked it from both sides and began stabbing it with their stone spears. The night snake's HP was quickly falling. Desiree was launching ice arrows at it, and when it attacked her, she would dodge, and then attack it with her own claws, leaving large gashes on its head. No matter how much damage the pigmen were doing, her damage was just that much higher. You defeated Elite Night Snake. Experience points gained. Desiree smiled as she walked over to the night snake and sent it into her inventory. But when she did this, she was surprised to see that, instead of white names, the items had green names. Oh, a higher quality? Is it because it is an elite? Although she was curious, something caught her eye, drawing her attention. A few shiny objects were lying on the ground where the night snake once was. This is? Desiree asked as she looked at the shiny circular objects on the ground. While she was asking what it was, she pretty much already knew what it was. Gold coins. They are the currency of our world. They can be used all over the world no matter the race, which makes trade much easier, Ointera explained. I see, so we can just save them then. Desiree sighed and put the shiny coins in her inventory. They did not take up a slot, but instead the 0 she had at the bottom suddenly shot up, showing she now had 10 gold. Slowly and steadily, Desiree and her group made their way through the dungeon. Desiree's level shot up 2 times, making her level 13. Name: Desiree Harris. Race: Ice Draggling. Age: 14. Level: 13. Monster Rank: F. Evolution Requirements: Reach level 20. HP: 860, 860, 880. 580. Elemental Affinity: Ice Immunity. LVM Max. Appraisal 2. First Aid. H Spark. Leer Poo Tlon Cleanse. LL1. Drink. Want take. Drink. VL1. Professions: Weapon Crafting. AVL2. Armor Crafting. Even the elite requirement on her evolution requirements had disappeared. She found elite monsters, even ones of a lower level, were good experience. While they might have more HP and MP as well as hitting harder, they were still easy to pull and could easily be defeated through teamwork with her as the tank. They knew first aid would not heal all that much to begin with, so any time they saw Desiree's health bar drop to 70%, they would heal her almost as if they were scripted robots. I think that is it. Desiree pursed her lips. Did we miss a turn? She could have sworn they checked the entire dungeon. Boss, from what I know, dungeon boss rooms only appear when the whole dungeon is clear of monsters. If this was truly the last monster, then we need to look around for the door, Ointera explained. Alright then, let's backtrack. Follow the map, and when we find the boss room, mark it down. Desiree still had someone map out the dungeon. By having this map, they could run this dungeon a few times. Ointera said dungeons reset every 24 hours, so they could scout around for a day, and then the day after do the dungeon again to get everyone's levels up. She was actually hoping to find a higher level dungeon as well. She had gotten a lot of gold and green crafting materials. She hoped to make some new armor when she got back to her base camp. One thing she was really excited about was the tin and copper she had been farming as well. She had enough to make a few weapons for all of them. Stone spears and stone daggers did not work all that well and would chip. If it was not for the fact that she had made a few tips for each spear and dagger that she had crafted, some of the pigmen would have long been left without a weapon. With no other choice, the group backtracked through the dungeon until they finally found a door on the side wall of the second room of the dungeon. The door was nothing out of the ordinary, from what Desiree would expect from a dungeon boss room door. Large arched double doors with monsters and symbols engraved throughout. Well, according to the rules of dungeons that I know of, the boss should be a snake since that is basically all we have been fighting. Desiree hoped the boss would not be too hard. She had to think of the safety of everyone, including herself. According to what I know, this is correct, Ointera replied. Okay, then let's stop and see what skills we can get. Ointera, you said a few magic spells had shown up, correct? Desiree knew magic would be best to quickly take a boss down unless it had some kind of high magic resistance. Yes, all of us have access to Fireball and Rock Arrow, Ointera answered. Then use your points on that, and then upgrade any combat skills you have. At the start of the fight, let me battle the boss for a few minutes to get enough damage ramped up on it. Ointera and the rest were all level 9 now. Ointera was almost level 10. They had all leveled up quickly, but that leveling was starting to slow. While the pigmen were excitedly getting their first true attack spells, Desiree began going through her list, looking for something for her to buy. She kept scrolling through her list until she spotted something interesting. Healing Snow? Healing Snow element ice heals everyone within 32 feet for 100 points. Mana cost 20 an ice healing spell. Desiree smiled. It was not even a single cast spell, but an AOA, area of effect, healing spell. Cost 10 skill points as well. This meant she could cast this spell when she saw people getting low, with no way of healing themselves. She took a deep breath. Alright, I will spend 10 points on this, and try to up a few more skills. In the end, Desiree could only level up one skill, and that was the skill she had just purchased, Healing Snow. The healing, along with her affinity, went up to 250 HP per cast. Name, Desiree Harris Race, I struggling age, 14 level, 13 monster rank. F evolution requirements, reach level 20 HP, 860, 868, 58, Otis, 800. Oh, Ease immunity, IVL max, Appraisal, first aid, AL2 first 2 FR, 2 AATAO2, Pale Spark, 1 clowns, AL1 drink, OAL1 dick, BAL1. Dice Arrowville 2, Furball 1, Detection, Furball 1 are detects. Healing Snow, ELA 2. She just needed to watch her mana closely. Because if she used her new healing spell too many times, it would drain her MP fast. Desiree looked over at the others and asked, Ready? Boss, no matter what happens, we will follow you. Ointera had gained a lot of confidence since they started the dungeon. The same went for his companions. They each learn how to kill elite monsters. This was something that only those privileged enough to cast magic could do, and now they were in this class of magic users. Then let's do this. Desiree pushed open the door and walked in with Ointera, and the rest following closely behind. The room was dark, which was normal for any dungeon boss room that Desiree had gone into. They had only taken a few steps into the boss room when the sound of clapping was suddenly heard. Good job. And welcome. The entire room suddenly lit up, as if it was the light of day, causing everyone to shield their eyes. As they slowly adjusted to the new brightness, they saw a man in a black cloak standing not too far away. Desiree narrowed her eyes as she looked at the man. She could only see the outline of his chin since he had his head slightly lowered, but she felt like she might know this person, although she is not sure who it was, or why she felt like this. The cloaked man's eyes flashed as he looked at Desiree before clapping his hands once more. I cannot tell you who I am, but I can say this. To be the first on a world that has just been turned to complete a dungeon shows that you all have promise. Although, to see pigmen from the boundary world here is very promising. The cloaked man sat down on a stone block that rose up from the floor and crossed one leg over the other as he held his hands in his lap. Please take a seat. I believe you all are wondering why things are the way they are. Am I correct? Desiree looked at the cloaked man with caution. Do I know you? Desiree's question made the cloaked man's eyes flash once more. He couldn't help but let out a sigh before saying, I can only tell you what is going on and nothing more. He did not deny nor agree to anything, making Desiree purse her scaly lips. Appraisal system message, cannot be appraised. Clicking her tongue, she sighed and gave in. She felt that even if this man wanted to kill them, he could any time. She did not even think they could escape. Sighing once more, she turned to Ointera and the rest and waved for them to lower their weapons. Let's go sit. We need to know what is going on. And since he is here, it means he is part of all of this. The group walked over and went to sit down. Normally the boss door would have slammed shut behind them, but it was still wide open. Desiree was about to sit fully when a stone block in the shape of a chair rose up from the ground. The cloaked man pointed to the chair and said, those of the dragon race should be treated with more respect. Desiree ignored the chair and sat down on the floor in front of it. I am no different from Ointera and the rest. If they sit on the floor, so shall I. The man's lips curled up as he mumbled, still the same. He sighed, and then stood up himself before sitting on the floor as well. Since that is the case, then I too will sit on the ground. Desiree grinned slightly, seeing this. She found the man to be rather strange. So what is it you want to tell us? Every world has another world that exists beside it, the cloaked man began. These worlds run on different timelines and laws. One world could be a world of technology, while another could be a world of magic, or a world with nothing on it whatsoever. Everything is based on what happens during those timelines that change the world compared to its clone. Think of it as parallel worlds. Sometimes these worlds are forcefully brought together. Some will merge into the other, or they will clip each other, causing catastrophic events. Hence, what happened to this world? Normally, it would only cause natural disasters, but there are times when the worlds will partially merge. Beings from both worlds will begin to appear. But now here is when things get complicated. Cloaked man sighed as he looked at the world around him. Your world and the other world are in a strange state. Those that disappeared were consumed by this world and turned into mana that now fills this world, while monsters and mana from the other world slowly seep into this world. They are still in the middle of merging. Soon this world may expand to 2 or 3 times its current size. The cloaked man's gaze never left Desiree as he wanted to see her reaction to all of this information. After all, he had come here for only one purpose only. He only had a limited time and had to pull strings to come to this place. He could not come back for some time. So this merger caused all of this. Desiree scratched her head. She still was unsure about a lot of things. Then what about my body? I was originally human. This is something that happens. As I said, your world split at some point, so the part of the DNA hidden deep within you was the cause of the transformation, since mana will bring out the old DNA and rewrite your own DNA, But don't worry, all races have a humanoid form. Dragons are known to be able to transform back and forth as well. Keep leveling and growing stronger. You'll be able to do more than just transform, but even soar through the sky. The cloaked man wanted Desiree to keep growing stronger. She had to protect herself. I will keep working hard. Desiree sighed once more. She had no choice but to work hard. She still had to get to where her father and friends were. She wondered how long that would take. Good. I must leave. The rewards for this level will be given as if you had defeated the boss of this dungeon. Tell those you come across about the merger. This is the only thing I ask. And Arya, stay safe. The cloaked man looked Desiree straight in the eye as he called her Arya. Desiree was quite confused. She was not stupid. She knew he was talking to her, but she did not know why he called her Arya. She wanted to ask, but he soon disappeared. A stack of items fell to the floor, and 2 notifications popped up in front of her. You defeated a dungeon boss. Vanishing Snake King experience points gained. Level up. Level up. She had reached level 15 and gained 10 more skill points. She was happy about this, but also felt things were still strange. She wondered just how much more the world would change. Would the current world she was in change dramatically to where she would not recognize it anymore? Why did that man seem to know her, and for some reason, deep down, she felt as if she knew who he was? Let's check the loot. Desiree decided to put her thoughts on hold. She had no way of answering anything. She could only concentrate on gaining 5 more levels. She walked over to find gold coins on the ground, along with some armor that was blue-colored and more materials. But these materials were also blue-colored. She picked them all up and put them away. The armor was a blue-quality armor, but was also metal. Vanishing King's chest armor level requirement, 13 HP, 30. Defense 50. Desiree looked at the armor and wondered how anyone was supposed to wear this. She went to stick it into her inventory when another system notification appeared. Notification, equipment window unlocked. Desiree looked at her menu and saw that it was indeed unlocked. She opened the equipment menu and saw a bunch of generic equipment slots, some of which were filled with the armor she put on. She wondered why it suddenly became accessible. Is it because it's a drop item? Desiree did not know, but she hoped this would make making armor easier for her later on. She equipped her new armor, and with a flash of light, her old armor came off, and her new armor went on. She looked down at herself and found that the armor really fit her perfectly. There was no tightness around anything. Even her wings had 2 slots they were poking out of. Boss! Your armor looks amazing, Umtera praised. None of the pigmen were mad that Desiree. After all, if not for her, they would not have had the chance to even complete a dungeon and level up. She took the brunt of all the damage and was always making sure none of them got hurt. Thanks. Although I wish I had gotten the equipment menu sooner. Could have saved time and materials on armor for myself. Desiree sighed at the thought of the wasted materials, but now she did have better quality materials, so she could make much better equipment for the pigmen. Let's head back. We will rest and spend a few days making new armor and weapons. After that, we will search for a higher level dungeon. Yeah. The pigmen all shouted at the same time, a big difference from when they first entered this place. The group did not have to go far to leave the dungeon. When they did, it was dark out. They had long lost track of how long they had been in the dungeon. They were all energetic and excited when they returned to camp to find it still intact. It was just that not far away, a set of eyes was watching them as they gathered around the campfire. Toblin's the next day, Desiree got to work on crafting. She wanted to get everyone new armor and weapons as soon as possible. Luckily, the pigmen had all gained more abilities as well. She started off by working on their spears. She did not think they should be switching weapons just yet. They could do that in their free time. For now, she wanted them to keep going with what they were comfortable with. While Desiree was working, Ointera walked over and whispered to her. Desiree lifted her head and looked at Ointera and narrowed her eyes. Drag them out. On it, boss! Ointera did not waste even a second as he raised his paw up to give the signal. Not even half a second later, a yell came from the tree line not far away. A very familiar voice could be heard. Let go of me. You are nothing but walking sticks of bacon. Ointera and Oinkiera both walked out of the bush holding a long ear each, a gray rabbit with a small horn and 2 long ears that were gripped by 2 pigmen dangled in the air, kicking and screaming. Desiree's eyes narrowed. What do you want, Jake? Disa. Tell these things to let me go. Jake yelled out. Jake had actually survived it all. He was a coward, so he hid. He had stumbled upon a goblin that was half dead. It attacked him, and in his panic he ended up killing it without meaning to. He only remembered blacking out from the pain of evolution, and then waking up as a rabbit. Since then he had been scavenging where he could. He had only accidentally stumbled upon Desiree the previous day when he saw her walking through the forest. Ointera looked at his boss, and saw her shake her head no, so he signaled for the others to keep a tight grip on the rabbit. Desiree snorted before saying, Jake, why are you here? I think after everything that you said last time, you and I are no longer friends. Deza, are you still mad? I only said a few things in a fit of anger. I will apologize if you want. So tell these bastards to let go of me. Jake still did not seem to understand. He knew deep down that if Desiree was not here, he would be shaking in his fur, not willing to say a word, hoping he would be able to escape. Jake, I think you are not understanding something. You are yelling at my friends and calling them names. Who the hell are you to ask me for a favor? Last time you freaked out, thinking I was trying to get you killed. Now you are even giving me a half-assed apology like I would take it to heart. From the beginning to the end, you only want to seem superior. I mean, how can you be superior when you are a damn rabbit? Any one of my friends here can kill you in an instant. But you still want to act all high and mighty. Desiree snorted and stood up. She put down the half-finished spear tip in her hand and walked over to him. Her eyes turned cold as she said in a low voice, "I will let you go this once on account that we used to be friends, but I will say this now. If you even show up once in front of me again, I will roast you over a fire and eat you for dinner." Wow. Jake's eyes grew big. He looked like a scared rabbit. You wouldn't dare eat me. I used to be. Before he could finish, he felt something slice into his arm. He looked at the claw that was pulling back and looked up at Desiree, who began licking the blood off of it. "Jake, did you forget? I am a dragon. I am not human, nor are you. You are a rabbit, and a fat one at that. I can easily shove a stick in one end and out the other to slowly roast you over a fire. Your hide will make Ointera a new pair of socks. I can even make a toothpick out of your horn." The more Desiree said, the more the gray fur on Jake's body began to turn white. He realized that she was not kidding. She would really eat him. "I get it. I will not show up in front of you again." Jake could only bite his lip and yell this out. Desiree motioned with her head and Jake was finally set free. "Leave before you make me change my mind. It just so happens we have yet to decide on dinner." Jake quickly turned and ran away. Off in the distance, Desiree heard, "You will regret this. Boss, this." It is better to deal with those kinds of people before they come back after growing in strength. Ointera was worried. He did not know if the rabbit would somehow evolve and become powerful. "Ointera, what race am I?" Desiree asked. "Ah." Ointera rubbed his nose and oinked a few times. "Huh, boss, I was worried for nothing. But he was fat. If you want rabbit, I will not stop you, but I want the materials." Desiree could care less if Jake lived or died. So if Ointera wanted to hunt Jake, he could. "Then I will go try to find it." Ointera turned and ran off. He was quickly followed by 2 others. Desiree chuckled as she went back to working on the equipment. She hoped to reach level 3 in armor and weapon crafting in the next few days. Not long later, Ointera came back with the other pigmen with a sullen face. "Who knew rabbits were so quick?" Desiree chuckled as she finished the first spear. "Not bad." She turned and looked at Ointera and tilted her head. "No rabbit?" "Boss, you have no idea. Once that rabbit thing saw us, it cursed us a new one before running as fast as possible." Desiree laughed out loud as she handed him the spear in her hand. "This is called the Vanishing Spear. Vanishing Spear quality, rare damage, 50-62% chance to vanish from opponent's sight." It was long and bone-colored. This was, of course, since it was all made out of a bone from the Vanishing Team boss. She did not plan to just make the one either. She had enough to make all the pigmen spears. She also planned to use the fangs to make arrowheads. She found daggers were of no use to her, so she planned to make arrows and a bow using the materials on hand. She was sure she had enough materials, and if she made something out of the scope of her current crafting system, she could earn more experience towards her level, it seemed. The reason why she was doing a bow was mainly because of its ability to do things like ice arrows with lower mana cost. She had ice element mana. If she infused an object with her mana, she noticed that it would freeze over, and if enough mana was injected into the object, anything the object touched would start to freeze as well. She found that, With half the mana cost of an ice arrow, it was quite handy for times when she was out of mana and needed to slow an enemy to escape. This, in the long run, would give her another trump card for survival, as well as another means of pulling enemies. Since she knew in the foreseeable future she would be the tank of her party, she wanted to have as many manaless options as possible, so she could conserve them for when mana was truly needed. A few days passed, and Desiree had finished all the armor, as well as her bow and arrows, and more spears. Both her armor crafting and weapon crafting jumped to level 3. Currently, she was receiving a report from Ointera about some new sightings around their camp. So goblins? They seem to be a variant, Ointera began. There are 2 variants of goblins. The green-skinned goblins, who can only produce male offspring, so they need to find women to impregnate. And then there are the gray-skinned goblins, who are able to give birth to males and females and are much more civilized. They like to call themselves toblins. Toblins, huh? Desiree pursed her scaly lips. She wondered why they decided on such a stupid name. So are they just hunting, or are they looking to attack us? I am not sure. We have only been keeping an eye on them, and have not made contact as of yet. We did not report it until now since we wanted to see if they would leave on their own, Ointera replied. From now on, tell me right away if there are other races hanging around. Especially goblin-type races. Desiree hated goblins, but these were not goblins but toblins. Let's make contact. I want to know what they are doing. If they are enemies, we will kill them. If they are friendly, we will welcome them. Understood, boss. Ointera did not know much about the Toblins since they would always stay away from other races. But he figured this was due to the prejudice that others had against goblins in general. Desiree had Ointera follow her. Ointera already said they were low level, so there was no need for her to bring a bunch of people along. When they arrived, the Toblins who were pushing their wooden spears in the bushes all quickly turned around and pointed them at Desiree and Ointera. Put them down. We mean you no harm. How can we trust other races? A female Toblin spoke up. She was very wary of both Desiree and Ointera. As you can see, we do not have our weapons drawn. We just came to check to see if you plan to be our enemy or not. Desiree was honest. She was new to this diplomacy thing. The Toblin girl looked at Desiree, and then at Ointera, and took a step back. I still cannot trust you. But I can say that we have come in search of a prisoner that had escaped. Prisoner? Desiree's brow furrowed. What did they look like? Grey fur, long ears, and a short horn on their head. The Toblin girl did not hide anything. That damn rabbit. Ointera gritted his teeth. He was fat and juicy and escaped. Are you still on about that? Desiree asked. She had never seen a pig throw a fit over rabbit meat before. Why wouldn't I be? Boss, if you cooked it, just imagine how good it would have tasted. Ointera loved the meat that Desiree cooked. Oh. Desiree nodded. She also felt that Jake would have tasted good, slowly roasted with some peanut oil and some seasonings. She even had some mushrooms and other vegetables that she could have sautéed and stuffed in him. All right, you win. So you have seen it? The female Toblin asked. She was starting to think these people were not too bad. Yes, but he escaped, Desiree replied. Let's head to my camp. We can talk more there. Desiree and Ointera, along with the Toblins, sat down around the fire. Before we begin, we should probably introduce ourselves. My name is Desiree. Next to me is Ointera. Desiree went on and introduced all the pigmen. My name is Juna. Next to me are my guards, Rintu and Trina. Juna introduced her and the male and female guards at her side. Guards. Desiree tilted her head. If Juna had guards, then she was probably some kind of noble in the Toblin race. Yes. Believe it or not, I am a princess, or was. Now that I am on this world, I am no different from anyone else. I do not know how or why, but we suddenly appeared in this strange place. The air is different, so I know it is not the same world. Juna had keen senses for her race. She was one of the few shamans of the Toblin race. You are not wrong. You are in a different world, but at the same time not. You can think of this world as a different version of yours on a different timeline. Our worlds are slowly merging. In the future, there will be more of your people. So while you are just you now, once the world fully merges, you will see more of your kind. But I feel this world will end up being much more chaotic. Desiree did not even want to think of the wars that would soon start. She was sure there were areas undamaged with powerful military equipment, as well as things hidden underground that could destroy an entire world. Thinking about these things, Desiree wondered if she should stay here or move camp to an area near those areas. But she was afraid that if she did, she would run into someone else later on and end up being shot at. She was not sure how strong the people of the other places were at this time. I can see that. From what I can tell, you are from this world, while the pigmen are from my world. I can smell the difference, Juna sighed. She wondered just what would be happening in the future as well. How many of your people are here at this time? Desiree decided to ask. There was security in numbers after all. If she could get Juna to move her people here, they could slowly build up a fortified base. Then she could leave for a while to check out the area more. There are 20 of us. I was on my way from checking our borders to make sure those goblins and orcs were not trying to set up camps near our village. We were hit with a bright light and found ourselves on a pile of rubble, Juna sighed. She did not want to be here. If that's the case, then if you would like, you can come and join our camp. We have been exploring dungeons nearby and plan to level up more. I want to build a fortified fort here for us to stay in. They do say there is safety in numbers. Desiree was not afraid that Juna and the others would cause an issue. She could easily kill them all if they dared to attack. To have a dragon look out for my kind is strange. You are indeed not from my world. Juna felt funny. Although her skin was grey, she still looked like her kind's counterparts. Dragons would look down on her kind and put them in the same lot as the goblins. While they would not be actively hunted, if they appeared they would be attacked. She had long gotten used to the discrimination. As long as you are not like goblins, I am okay with you and your people staying here. Oingtir and the others will also not treat you any differently, either. You will be treated with respect here. Desiree understood from what Oingtir told her that Toblins were always looked down on. She hoped to change this. As Boss said, we will not treat you badly. As long as you do not attack us, we will show you the same respect you show us. Oingtera decided to speak up. He understood his boss wanted Juna and the others to come here. He also felt this was a good idea. They had too few people here. Juna hesitated for a moment before looking at her guards. The female guard Trina leaned over and whispered into her ear. Juna nodded before turning to Desiree and asking, "If we feel threatened at all, will you allow us to leave freely?" "Of course. I am not trying to hold anyone hostage. This is just a request. I feel it will be good if we can start a small community here and grow stronger together," Desiree answered. "Then we will accept your offer. My camp is about 3 hours from here. We will return first and then come back. But if you do see that long-eared rabbit again, please do capture it. It tried to steal our food supplies 2 days ago. Juna wanted to cook the stupid rabbit. It cursed at them as it ran away. She could not let it off." "All right. I will be sure to hand it over to you as soon as I see it again," Desiree sighed. It seemed Jake had grown bold since he left. But then again, in order to live this long until now, he would have had to muster up some courage. It seemed him going off on his own was for his own good. It's just too bad that he was still not very smart. Juna and her guards left quickly to get things settled on their end. Ointera scratched his head and asked, "Boss, are you sure this is okay? I mean, if things go as we were told, if we have certain races under our care, we might end up being targeted as well. That is why we need to get as strong as possible before that happens. But no matter what, Ointera, those we befriend we will not leave behind unless they betray us. Never betray others just because someone is putting pressure on you." Desiree hated it when people did that. She hated bullying altogether. That was why she put up with Jake for so long. She would have done her best to keep him alive no matter what. But he never stopped. Ointera quickly waved his hands back and forth. "Don't worry, boss. I would never turn my back on you or those you deem as friends. We have already devoted ourselves to following you. You do not need to devote anything," Desiree chuckled. "Anyway, let's get things ready. We will all help in building new shelters." They had a lot to do. Building 20 more shelters would take time, but with their levels much higher than before, and their strength and stamina much higher, they were easily running around with huge slabs of concrete walls and stacking them on top of one another, creating small huts quite quickly. In just 2 hours, they had already built 10 new stone huts. While they were nothing fancy, they were at least a shelter. When Juna and her kin came over, they were surprised to see so many new stone huts already built. "You did so much in such a short time. We will have 10 more huts done soon. You and your people can start settling in." Desiree was still overseeing things, so she could not talk at this time. She wanted to get these huts done, and then she wanted to start building a stone wall that was at least 10 feet high. If they got more people joining them later, then that was fine. Juna did not wish to stand around doing nothing while everyone else worked. She quickly had someone settle in her people, 1 per person per hut. She sent the rest to start helping build. While they were much weaker, they could still move small stones. With the extra hands, they were able to finish the last 10 huts in just under an hour. Everyone sat around the fire and ate a meal together for the first time. Ointera took the stage. He had been acting more and more like a leader since Desiree first met him. She guessed it was due to him finally leveling up. "I want to take a moment and welcome our new brothers and sisters. We may be of different races, but I hope we can all get along and work together. Boss has helped us all, and I hope you can help Boss in return, just as we try to do every day." Ointera raised his cup of juice that Desiree had poured everyone with a big smile. Everyone else did the same before letting out cheers. The pigmen and toblins began to mingle and quickly became friends. Desiree smiled seeing this. While toblins looked like goblins, they were not bad. She did not understand why they were so looked down upon. Of course, she would keep a watchful eye, but she did not sense anything wrong with how things were at this time. Miss Dragon. Juna walked over and bowed her head slightly. She was a little nervous to be talking with a dragon. Just Isa is fine. Or you can call me boss like the others. Although I have no idea why they call me that. Desiree rubbed her snout. Then I will call you like the rest. Juna felt this was the real way to go. Boss, I know my race will bring you troubles in the future, so if the worlds do merge, then I will leave with my people in order to not cause you any trouble. Juna, do not look down on me as someone who would force a friend out. If you never betray us, and help out as much as you can, then I will never turn my back on you, even if there are those who dare to say your race is bad. I myself do not like goblins. But toblins are different. I will not toss you aside. This I promise. Desiree could only sigh. Things had not even come to that point yet, and Juna was already willing to go into hiding again. Juna did not know how to feel. She was slightly happy, but she did not know if Desiree would change her mind later. For now, she will decide when the time comes. Then feel free to ask me and my people to do anything. For today, just settle in. Tomorrow, Ointera and the rest will be working on building a wall around our little village. I will be working on new gear for you and your people. While it will not be blue gear right away, it will at least be green quality. This is both weapons and armor. I will also bring a few of you on our next dungeon run. We are all trying to reach our first evolution. Desiree explained. I see. Are you really willing to bring me and my people into a dungeon? We are not all that. Juna felt something pressed against her lips. She looked at Desiree in confusion. Ointera and the rest were only level 1 and 2 when I first met them. Now, they are all levels 10 and 11. We will go to the low-level dungeon and work on getting your guys to level 10 first. Then we will be hitting the harder level dungeon once we find one. But before that, we will need to work on a few things to get settled down better. The next morning, Desiree called a meeting with Juna and Ointera to try to plan out a more sustainable village-type situation. So I was thinking we should try to form some kind of farmland and start planting what we can. We need to do more than just forage in the forest. If we eat everything around us, there will be nothing left for us, and we will need to move to another location. This is not very effective if we wish to build a fortified place to live. This is something my clan used to do as well. As you know, my kin, the Toblins are not very strong. We can only fight in numbers, which allowed us to ward off attacks from others, but staying hidden away also made it so we had no choice but to farm as well. We could not move around as a large group all the time. So when it comes to farming, you can leave it to me and my kin. Most of us have the farming skill. Even 2 of my guards have it maxed out. Juna felt this was a very good idea. To take certain plants and then grow them on their own was something her clan had been doing for hundreds of years. Then I will leave this to you. If you need any help, let us know. We should build our wall so that we can alter the size of our land at any time. Desiree used a stick to draw on the ground. We will put our farmland near the walls on the inside. We will dig a few wells near the farmland to make watering easier. We will need irrigation and compost to make sure the land stays fertile. I think we can also catch a few families of weak monsters to raise. This way, We can use their manure to make compost. Their milk is drinkable. We can make many things from that to help with food production like cheeses and other milk-based foods. Desiree began going over her ideas, one by one. Both Juna and Ointera nodded at the things she was saying. All right, we will go with that. We will spend the next week bringing this place into working order. We will first get the wall down. Juna and her kin will then till the land and get ready for planting. During that time, Ointera and his people will go hunting and searching for monsters to raise. They will bring one of the toplins along so they can gather seeds and other items that they will need. I will bring some of the toplins around to kill monsters around the area to get them leveled up so they can get first aid. Does this work for you too? Desiree asked as she looked at Juna and Ointera. Boss, I will follow your orders. You do not need to worry about my opinion. Ointera was very loyal. If Desiree said jump, he would jump. Yes, we will follow your plan, Juna nodded. She was starting to feel that Desiree was quite amazing. All right, we will get started then. Desiree stood up. She patted the dust off her before looking around at the clearing that the others had been working on and smiled. She couldn't help but think to herself, Dad, when I can finally find you, I will be able to show you the new home I have built for us. Desiree did not know where her father and her friends were, but she knew that once she was strong enough, she would go search for them. But she first needed to settle things here and make this a place that could run on its own if she were to leave for a month or so. That day was filled with nothing but wall building. Desiree and the others lugged cement block after cement block around the encampment. They cleared trees and made the area much bigger as well. Compared to before, it looked like the start of a decent-sized village. Ointera had decided to make the wall around the village thicker and wider so that they could get on top of it and keep a lookout. They even made a gate using large logs. With the skills that they had on the pigman side, the log gate actually rose up from the ground using a pulley system. This meant 2 people always had to be on the lookout at all times. While this was a little rough with the lack of higher levels at the time, Desiree felt that once the toplins leveled up as well, it would be no problem for them to help out with gate watch. Desiree did as she promised and took toplins out to level them up, getting almost all of them to level 4 within a week. Juna had her people till the land, and in no time had 3 plots of land set up to plant the seeds they had harvested from the forest. Things were starting to look up as they all began forming a new community together. Everyone worked together and protected each other. For the toplins, this was the first time they had been treated as an equal. 2 weeks later, Desiree stood up on the newly constructed stage that would be used for village meetings. We have all worked hard for the past 2 weeks. While there is still more to do, we can now slow down slightly. I will be taking a group of toplins with me to a dungeon north of here. It is where Ointera and the rest reached their current level. I plan to get all of you to level 10 before moving to the next dungeon. This way, I can outfit you all with better gear. So, for now, we will do a lottery of who will go with me. We will set out tomorrow. Evolution currently, Desiree was standing outside the boss room in the secluded cave. To her right was Juna, and to her left was Ointera. She figured having one more high level to help with this would make things go smoother. Luckily she did, since one of the toplins almost died on the way here. Juna, I will be honest with you. We have yet to fight the boss. The last time we came here, a man appeared here instead of the boss. So we never got to fight the boss. While you all have leveled up to level 8 and 9, it is still very dangerous to face this boss. If you do not want to risk it, we will turn back. I will come back with Ointera and the other pigmen and try to fight the boss first, so we have a better understanding of its quirks. Desiree wanted to give Juna a choice. She could risk it and try to fight the snake, or they can turn back now and return to the village. We will go. My Toblin race is not so weak that they will back down from a challenge. Juna held the staff they had looted from a treasure chest in her hand firmly. She did not want to be looked down upon anymore. All right. Then we will go in. Desiree was actually quite curious as to what this boss looked like. It was named the Vanishing King, so she was sure it had some kind of movement or invisibility skill. When Desiree pushed the door open and stepped inside with the others, the room began to light up. In the center lay a large black-scaled snake with 3 horns on its head that were positioned in such a way and shaped oddly, giving one the impression on first look that it was wearing a crown. I saw. Boss, Vanishing King level, 13 monster rank, DHP 2,870 MP, 765. A rank D monster. Desiree frowned. She still had no idea how these rank things worked, but it seemed that out of everyone here, only she had a rank, and she was rank F. This boss was 2 ranks higher and had much more health than her. Tara, the 2 of us will start the fight. You will wait for my signal to attack. Just in case, keep an eye on the ground for any strangeness. If you see a spot glowing under your feet, do not stand there and quickly move. Desiree gave out her orders to Ointera before turning to Juna and the rest. You all will wait for my signal. But watch closely to the monster's attacks and how Ointera and Also, if you see anything glowing under your feet or any kind of discoloration with the ground under you, quickly move out of the way. You will only have a few seconds to react. If you get hit by a spell or attack, myself and Ointera will not be able to save you. Don't worry, boss, just concentrate on the fight. If we are unable to move, then that just means that was how far our journey to gain power was meant to go. Juna knew her people were very grateful. They were the most powerful people in their entire clan. Their race could finally hold their heads high and not worry about being squashed by many races. So even if a few of them died here, it was for a cause that they had never dreamt would be possible. No dying. Just react, Desiree stated firmly. She did not want to lose anyone. She took a deep breath and looked at Ointera. He nodded, and the 2 rushed in. As soon as they crossed the first pillar, the doors to the boss room slammed shut, locking them in. It was now live or die. Ointera, I will go in first. Hold back until I signal. Desiree gave out another order before drawing her bow and letting loose an arrow. This was a normal arrow. It was nothing more than to get the boss's attention on her, while Ointera got into position. The arrow flew through the air and slammed into the side of the sleeping boss's head. A clanging sound that sounded like metal on metal was heard, followed by the sound of a very angered roar. Eroar! The boss let out a mighty roar. It was a snake, but it seemed to be evolving into a new kind of monster. She ran right up to the boss and fired off a few ice arrows to distract it while she went in for a melee attack. Her claws created sparks as the boss reared up and roared in pain. Her ice arrows slammed into its left eye, causing it some damage. Her claws barely scratched the scales of the snake, causing her to frown. How does a snake have such hard scales that a dragon can't even cut through them? Desiree pursed her scaly lips as she continued her onslaught. She would use ice arrows to blind it, causing it a bit of damage while she attacked with her claws, looking for the soft spot just under its belly. Desiree had not even noticed that she was attacking so fast and hard that the health bar of the boss was actually quickly shrinking. Oimtera and the rest stared at Desiree with eyes filled with worship. Their boss was soloing the dungeon boss. Their boss was the better boss. Oimtera now. Desiree finally realized she had already cut the boss's health in half. She was using a method that seemed to keep the boss from being able to attack at all, which would interrupt the boss's ability to see any targets. Oimtera quickly snapped out of his daze and charged in. His spear was made with the boss's body parts, so it was easily doing damage. Although, it was nowhere close to the amount of damage Desiree was doing. Oimtera did not wish to be left behind, so he sped up his attacks, searching for the weakest point on the boss. The boss that originally had only 2,870 HP was now down to 1,134 HP. Boss, I think they can join now. Go. Oimtera, back off. Desiree had looked over to see the boss's tail starting to turn into a black fog. It was slowly moving up the boss's body. Wow. Oimtera felt something was very off as he quickly jumped back and out of the way. The spot where he was standing suddenly cracked open and parts of the stone floor were sent in all directions. The name Vanishing King actually holds meaning. Desiree gritted her teeth. She should have foreseen that the boss would pull something off. Now that it had turned into a black fog, she had no choice but to wait out its attack timer, if it had one. But what made her a little annoyed was that it was still attacking her, so she could not move from her spot and could only rely on her senses to dodge its attacks. Oimtera quickly retreated to where Juna and the others were. His job was to help make sure they stayed alive. Juna had a worried look on her face as she watched Desiree struggling with a boss she could not even attack. Will boss be okay? Boss is a dragon? Of course, she will be okay. Oimtera had a strong trust in Desiree. It was to the point that if he had a statue of Desiree, he would worship it every day. Juna felt a little more at ease hearing Oimtera's confidence, although she had no idea where he got this confidence. But she had seen what Desiree could do, so she chose to believe that Desiree would pull through. While the others watched with worried expressions, Desiree was busy dodging an attack after attack. The boss was slamming its tail and swiping it back and forth. If she did not sense the change in the wind, she would have long been beaten black and blue. Because in front of her was nothing but a black fog, she could not even make out the outline of the boss anymore. It just looked like a fog and nothing more. This is so annoying. Desiree couldn't help but complain as she took a deep breath. Ice breath. She jumped up into the air, flapping her wings to give herself a bit of hang time as she let loose a stream of ice breath at the floor and onto the black fog. The black fog seemed to be freezing over as the particles of water within it began to freeze under Desiree's ice breath. A roar filled the air as the boss suddenly reappeared. It was covered in ice and looked very sluggish. It seemed Desiree's ice did not just cover the outside of its body, but the inside as well. Boss, Vanishing King level, 13 monster rank, DHP, 102,870 MP, 234,765. Looks like that was a critical hit. Juna, come and attack. Oimtera, protect them. Desiree wanted to give the last hit to the Toblins. If she knew the first half of the battle was the easiest part, she would have allowed them to attack sooner. Juna raised her spear and rushed forward with her kin and began attacking the boss with everything she had. Oimtera did not attack, and only waited for the last of the boss's health to deplete. You defeated, boss. Vanishing King experience points gained. Level up! Level up! Desiree saw the notification that the boss had been killed and smiled as she watched the body disappear, leaving behind a pile of treasure and materials. Desiree walked over and looked at the loot as she said, "That was a bit insane, but luckily, I now know what to do." Desiree was also surprised that she got to levels out of the deal as well. She could only guess that she must have been close to level 16 to be able to hit level 17 on the boss from level 15. Boss, there is another chest armor piece here. Ointera pointed at the chest armor on the ground. It was the same one Desiree was currently wearing. It's yours. Go and take it. We will farm this dungeon and get everyone these chest pieces, or whatever else might drop from this boss. The stats are better than anything I can make at this time. Desiree put all the materials and money into her inventory and looked at Juna and the rest, and gave them a scaly smile. You all did great, and each of you has leveled up by leaps and bounds. Juna, you will keep coming with Ointera and me as we level up your kin. Once we have gotten everyone of level, we will take turns farming for materials here and get ready for the next dungeon. Even if the experience gets slow, at least we can all be ready for what is to come. Desiree had decided. Since they could easily run this dungeon many times, they might as well make use of this dungeon to get better gear and a level or two more each run. This way, they could start using materials that were below the blue quality to make things like blankets and other tools. Another week passed, and everyone in the village had already been outfitted in blue gear. Desiree was with Juna, Ointera, and the other pigmen, and was fighting the boss one last time in this dungeon. Mainly because after so many boss kills, Desiree was about to hit level 20. After she hit level 17, it took her almost 4 boss kills to hit level 18 and then 6 more kills to hit level 19. She was now on her 8th boss kill after farming the dungeon all day. Ointera, if I start evolving right away, you need to stand guard. Don't worry, boss. I will be sure to protect you with my little Oink life. Ointera would make sure no one could touch his boss. He was now level 17. He would never have gotten this far if not for his boss carrying him all the way and paving the way for him to actually dream of becoming powerful. Boss, we all will protect you, no matter what. Juna's eyes now looked at Desiree, as if she was a goddess. She was now level 15, and was the most powerful Toblin her tribe ever had. She wondered if she would be able to become a Yoblin when she finally evolved. I am relying on you both. Desiree smiled as she turned and smacked the boss snake with her claws, sending it flying into the dungeon wall. It turned into balls of light, leaving behind a pile of treasure. The magic words appeared in front of Desiree, causing her to feel very excited. Level 20. You have reached the requirements for evolution. Would you like to evolve now? Yes. No. Desiree took a deep breath before sitting down. I will now begin my evolution. Send someone back to the village if it takes more than a few hours. Understood, boss. Ointera knew that people would be worried if they did not return by dark. Desiree took a quick look at her stats. Name, Desiree Harris. Race, Ice Struggling. Age, 14. Level, 20. Monster rank, F. Evolution requirements, reach level 20. HP, 3,245. 3,245. MP, 201. 2,200. 2. Ice immunity. LVL max. Appraisal. Ian Snow. LL2. Professions weapon crafting. L3 counting L3 hunting L foraging O pass 3 cooking girth 3 Gah. She now had 46 status points. She did not spend any points just in case she needed them after she evolved. After checking her stats, she closed her menu and then took a deep breath. She reached out with her claw and poked the yes button. Desiree suddenly felt like she was being pulled by some mysterious force, but she could tell she was not moving at all. Before she could figure out what was going on, she passed out. Evolution system started. Finding evolution paths found. Waking host's consciousness. Waking successful. Desiree felt like the world around her was slightly hazy. She was in a white space with nothing around her. Please select evolution path. A notification popped up in front of her. She realized this must be part of the system. 3 choices appeared under the last message. Dragon, young ice dragon, Draken Lisa. Desiree sighed. She had no idea what a dragon was, nor did she know what a draken was. They did not even give an explanation. Are they doing this to make fun of me? Either way, she had already invested herself in ice magic, so she would have gone with young ice dragon anyways. She reached up and poked the young ice dragon button. Not even a second passed, and she passed out once more. Evolution path chosen. System error. Finding solution. Adjusting DNA structure. Adjustment completed. New race combination. Changing young ice dragon to young ice dragon goddess. Unlocking goddess parameters. System error. Forcefully downgrading realm to mortal. Goddess status activated. New requirements per evolution added. Evolution will now commence. While Desiree was evolving, Ointera and Juna had worried looks on their faces. Brother Ointera, will Boss be okay? Boss has never failed us. We can only believe in her, Ointera replied. He had never seen anyone evolve before, so he was unsure of how it worked. But no matter what, he would believe in his boss. Juna could only nod and watch on as time ticked by. After 2 hours, Ointera sent someone back to the village to tell them that they were okay. After almost 5 hours passed, Ointera suddenly felt like the room was starting to get very cold. Juna, is it just me, or is it cold in here? Ointera let out a puff of white mist from his mouth. When he looked over at Juna, he saw her huddling up with one of her female guards. So he was sure he was not imagining things. He turned to the swirling mana not far from them, and felt that it had grown exceptionally small and seemed to be turning an ice blue color. Right before his eyes, he saw the mana suddenly get sucked into the dome all at once, before suddenly bursting out in all directions. He covered his face to protect it from the sudden shock wave of mana. When he uncovered them again, he was met with a humanoid figure floating in the air with her eyes closed. White hair, as white as snow. Blue horns that looked like they were carved from deep blue ice. Blue scales covered her private parts and parts of her arms and legs. Beautiful round face with pearly white skin. On her back were 2 wings that seemed to be made of ice as well. And down further was a blue-scaled tail that gently swayed back and forth. Slowly the figure's eyes opened and blinked a few times. She looked around and met eyes with Ointera and smiled. I seem to have finished my evolution. Ointera's mouth opened so wide he could hit an entire grey back in it. He was in utter shock. The person before him was his boss. This evolution was too huge. The change was much different from what he had expected. Desiree looked down at herself and saw that she was standing there without any clothing on, but this did not seem to bother her in the slightest. Mainly because everything that needed to be covered up was covered up. Even the bottom of her feet was covered in scales protecting them from harm from the rocky dungeon floor. She looked at her hands and gripped her fists and smiled. Her ice blue eyes shined brightly when she felt the strength within her. Not bad at all. Desiree smiled. She opened her menu and looked at her inventory. She saw that all the armor she had been wearing before had been unequipped. She equipped them before opening her status menu to see what her stats were at now. Luckily, thanks to the equipment window, even if the original items were made smaller, they magically became big enough and fit her perfectly. It was just now her original shorts showed a great deal of her thighs. However, they were partially covered in ice blue scales. When she finally looked at her stats, her eyes widened. The stats in front of her were 10 times more than she had ever expected. Name: Desiree Harris. Race: Ice Dragon Goddess. Current realm: Mortal. Age: 18. Level: 20. Monster rank: E. Realm Advanced requirements: reach level 50. Kill 1,000 enemies. Raise your affinity with ice to 70%. Create a domain with 10,000 followers. Evolution requirements: reach level 100. Kill 2 demigods. Complete 3 level 100 dungeons. Solo HP 4,567. 4,567. MP 3,289. 3,289. Elemental affinity: ice 20. Immunity: EVL max. Healing snow: L5. Partial transformation: LVVL max. Full transformation: LVL max. ID twice. Goddess skills: Frozen step, Wolfing step. Goddess skills: Frozen step, Wolf 1. Professions: 2 weapon, crafting, K armor. 3. Hunting. But what confused her the most were the new things. Ice Dragon Goddess. Goddess. Desiree tilted her head to the side. She did not seem to understand why she had suddenly become a goddess. She had only chosen to become an ice dragon. Current realm is mortal. Age 18, level 20. Why did I suddenly age 4 years? Desiree felt slightly depressed. She sighed and continued looking at her stats. She went to sit on the floor, but paused when Ointera suddenly yelled out, "Boss, watch out!" Desiree paused and looked down. Right in the spot she was about to sit was a sharp, pointy rock sticking up. It seemed to be egging her on, asking her to take a seat if she had the guts. Desiree frowned and waved her hand. A large chair made of ice appeared under Desiree. She sat down on it and crossed her legs up under her. She could have sworn she had read a story once about a dragon girl who had made enemies with all rocks in every realm. So I'm ranky now and have 2 requirements? When she looked at the hefty requirements, her eyes dimmed slightly. It was not that she was unwilling to reach them, it was just that they were asking for a lot. Her elemental affinity also now had a status on it. She only had a 20% affinity, and in order to get to the next realm, she had to raise it by 50%. Just reading through the requirements of both her evolution and realm requirements made her want to cry. As her gaze fell on her skills, she suddenly looked down at the ice chair under her and realized that she had created this chair without much thought, but it was actually due to her new ice manipulation skill. She had instinctively created it without realizing it. Besides ice manipulation, I also got partial and full transformation. I guess this is for my dragon forms. All my skills that deal with ice are also at level 5 as well, which is good. But goddess skills? She wrinkled her brow and looked at the 2 spells under it. Frozen Step lets me create frozen footholds on any surface. I can even create them in the air, but they will only last a few seconds while in the mortal realm. Desiree pondered for a moment and sighed. While it was maxed out, she still had to be in a higher realm to use it properly. However, its current state could help her in a fight or escape. She scratched her head and looked at the other skill. Absolute 0. Passive and active. Passive always generates an area of cold air around you. When activated, it turns everything in a 100-foot radius into ice. At level 1, this can only be used once a day. At level 10 in the mortal realm, it can be used 5 times a day. My guess is when I get out of the mortal realm, I can use it even more than that. Boss? Omtera wondered if there was something wrong with his boss. She kept talking to herself. He did not know if her evolution made her brain messed up. Desiree snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Omtera with a questioning gaze. What's wrong? Nothing. Omtera did not dare ask if her brain was right. He did not wish to die. So he decided to change the subject. So, boss, how was it? The evolution process? Desiree thought for a moment before saying, I do not remember any pain, so I do not think you will have any issues. However, there was a choice selection, which gives you no details about the evolution path you can take. So be careful picking. You do not want to suddenly become an ant or something. I think an ant fits him well, Juna teased. Omtera snorted and shook his butt at her, causing everyone to laugh. Desiree smiled and said, Since we are done here, we should head back. I'm sure the others are worried about us. On the way back, Desiree told them about her next evolution requirements, which Omtera found strange. From what I know, the second evolution should have been at level 40. It is done every 20 levels. I do not know either. But I think my evolution path is a bit special. Desiree did not reveal that she had some kind of god race now. She really did not know what to make of this. But what she did know was that she was a bit disappointed in her chest area. She was supposed to be 18 years old now, but her poor chest had only grown a small amount since her previous human form. Desiree let out a long sigh as she continued walking to camp. When they arrived, all the pigmen and toblins stared at Desiree in shock. But once Omtera yelled at them, they all began running around to get set up to hold a big celebration. Their boss had evolved. It called for a huge celebration. On the floating island that had long departed from where Desiree was currently located, Ricky was sitting on a tall rock wall looking out into the forest. During this time, Ricky and the kids had secured a large area for themselves and built a wall. They even had a water source, so they only needed to provide food. Harris, dinner is ready. Becky had a plate of food in her hand. Everyone was now level 8. They had worked hard and cleared out the orcs, and even secured a decent amount of monster meat. Ricky turned around to see the young girl smiling back up at him. Her white, scaly face seemed to have a tinge of pink in her cheeks. She held the plate and slowly made her way up the ladder they had built to get to the top of the wall and placed it down next to him. Hey, Becky, you have been with Dessa since you were little. What do you think she is doing right now? Knowing her, she is probably already high level. She has always been one to push forward. She would do what she needed to do to get up to us. And that would mean leveling up. Daisa is strong-minded, so you do not need to worry about her. Becky could only sigh. She hoped her best friend was okay. She, you, and Mike had already put their human lives behind them. They were looking toward the future now, but she had a problem. The man next to her was her first love, and even to this day she still loved him. But she had to hide it in her heart since this man was her best friend's father. She could not rightfully ask her best friend to call her mom. That is true. Ricky sighed. He never stopped worrying about his daughter. He could only hope she was safe and sound. Tomorrow, we will spread out a bit more and see if we can map out the region. We need to see what is out there now that things have changed. If we find any orc or goblin camps nearby, we will need to get rid of them as well. But only if our levels are even or higher than what we encounter. Otherwise, we will run. If it is just a single monster that is a few levels higher, then we can take it on in a group. But we must be careful no matter what. I will let the others know. Mr. Harris, are we going to always stick together? Becky asked. She felt shy asking this, but she really wanted to know. We are all one family now. If we do not stick together and protect each other, then who will? Ricky had taken these kids as his own. As an adult, he felt responsible for them. He would protect them no matter what. Becky couldn't help but pout a little. She understood the meaning of his words, but she also felt slightly relieved. She would not need to part with Ricky anytime soon. Back at Desiree's camp. Choo. Desiree rubbed her nose and frowned slightly. Is Becky hitting on my dad again? Boss? You sick? Ointera asked. His entire face was covered in grease. In his hand was an earth boar leg. He was basically eating a close cousin. No. I think a little vixen is trying to wiggle her way into my backyard. Desiree sighed. She had long known Becky's feelings for her father, but she would never allow it. She could see Becky's smug expression now as she stood in front of her with her arms crossed in front of her chest, saying, "Come on, call me mother." A cult? Few days later, Desiree had a meeting with both Juna and Ointera. We need to figure out our next step. We are getting too high level for the current dungeons. Our route to the lower level dungeon will need to come under our full control. If we take in more people in the future, we will need to give them the ability to make it to the dungeon and back easily. Boss, what if we have one person do escorts? They can even get paid for doing it. By the time we start bringing in more people, we will need to start some kind of currency so we can buy and sell things. After all, you cannot keep giving things out for free. Ointera made a good point. Dungeons gave gold for killing monsters. While it was not always something that dropped, it was still a means of getting cash even if they had no skills other than fighting. People who had crafting skills could make armor. Those that needed it would need to produce the materials and/or pay extra for the materials from the merchant, if the merchant had them on hand. It would build a decent economy. It would be half based on barter since you could also pay with materials if the craftsman or merchant needed them. And this went for not just craftsmen either, but also other trades. I think we will also need to improve our current living conditions. If we continue as we are, we will be looked down upon when the worlds finish merging, Juna added. All right. We will start circulating money for work and buying and selling of goods once we reach over 50 people. Right now, we do not need it just yet. But once we reach a population of 50, it will need to be done. We will also need a village guard. As for newer buildings, do we have the ability to make something better than what we have? Desiree asked. She was unsure about all of this. With our current strength, we can easily process wood and make new homes, Oinktera replied. All right, we will do things one step at a time. First, let's look into reinforcing the current walls around our village, maybe expanding it even more than it is. If we can reclaim more land, that would be for the best. Then we can produce more farmland and even have some new buildings put in. Desiree felt that although they did not need too much land right now, if a large group of people came, it would be better to be ready beforehand than to end up having to do it then and there. I will get my people on it. Besides those doing the farmland, there are many just sitting around at this time. We will expand the village in all directions starting tomorrow. Juna also felt like it was a good idea to expand the village walls once more. I will have my people start cutting down trees and processing the wood into boards so we can start building proper homes. This time, they will have proper facilities as well. Oinktera knew now that his boss had her humanoid form. She would need to bathe properly. Then I will leave these things to you two. I will be heading out tomorrow to check the other spot, marked on the map. If it turns out to be a dungeon, I will take a peek to see what level it is. If it is not too bad, we can start leveling once more as well. Desiree did not want to stop growing stronger. While her new evolution requirements and this new realm requirement were quite high, it would still allow her to grow stronger with each level she raises. The last thing Desiree wanted was for the worlds to merge and for her not to have a foothold to stand on. If she was not strong enough, how would she be able to keep those she sees as friends safe? While yes, she wanted to catch up with her father, the current had no means of finding them now. For all she knew, they could be floating over the ocean. She had tested her new wings. At most, she can hover in the air for a while. Flight was still too hard. Her wings felt very heavy. She was unsure if it was because she had just got new larger ones, or if it was because she was too weak to use them properly. She hoped she could one day fly through the sky. Boss, if you are going to check the dungeon, let me go with you. Oinktera's eyes were sparkling. After getting used to dungeons, he was all for doing more. He had grown so much confidence compared to the meek pigman who once did not even dare look at Desiree. You can come. Juna, you can come too. But you both need to pass down your orders on what needs to be done first. Desiree did not mind company. It would be boring by herself anyways. Then, I will happily join you. Juna did not mind getting the first shot at becoming stronger in a new dungeon. Then it is settled. We will set out tomorrow morning. For now, let's get things in order. Make sure there are 2 guards on rotation. We do not want to be taken by surprise by some monster or another race. How? Is this the place? Oinktera asked as he looked around. The place did not look too welcoming. The trees in the area were dead, and many razor-teeth crows were flying about. Luckily, these kinds of monsters did not attack living beings. Otherwise, they might end up being swarmed. It's what we circled on the map. But who would have thought it would change so much since the last time we came? Desiree frowned slightly. The world was changing little by little, which meant the merger was still going on. She did not know how this world would look in the future, but she was sure as hell not going to let it defeat her. Look over there. There looks to be a mine shaft. Juna pointed over to their left. Sure enough, on a large mound that stuck out of the ground, a mine shaft entrance could be seen. Desiree's eyes glowed when she saw this mine shaft. If there was a mine shaft, that meant there should be ore, right? Let's go take a look on Terra. Take this. Desiree handed over a pickaxe. If it is a dungeon with lots of ore, I want you to mine as much as possible between fights. I will also be doing the same. Juna, you will keep a lookout for more monsters as well. We will take things slow. We need to make sure we do not stumble upon any trap. Got it, boss? The two said at the same time. Desiree nodded, and the two slowly walked into the entrance of the mine. Discovered Eiling's mine's experience points gained. Remember, take it slow. Desiree reminded the two. They slowly made their way into the mines and looked around. The entrance area was nothing but a tunnel, but it slowly opened up to a small room that had a bunch of old rusted minecart tracks that had broken boards and even a few toppled over minecarts. There were many spots with glowing rocks that Desiree found to be something called nightstones. Rocks that had a natural glow to them. Let's mine some of these nightstones first. Desiree felt they would be very handy for the village. Juna, when you have the walls moved to expand, we will expand in this direction instead. This place is contained in a small dead-end crevice. If we move our village walls to take control of this area, we will have full access to this dungeon. I was thinking the same thing. Just these nightstones would go for a decent price. Untera thought this place was very good. To have the ability to mine nightstones from a dungeon was not something many had a chance to. They could monopolize the entire industry. I will do as boss says. Juna nodded her head. She was more than willing to follow her boss's orders. She did not know much about nightstones, but with what Ointera said, they would be very good for the village in the future. We will have 2 teams who will come to the dungeon and farm nightstones in the future. They will wait for the dungeon reset before going back in. They do not even need to go deep into the dungeon. It was a perfect spot to really start gathering wealth for their village. Although it also might attract trouble as well, but to gain wealth, one must be willing to step on people's toes. After collecting what they could, Desiree headed deeper into the dungeon. From the room they were in was a tunnel that had a few twists and turns. It was when they reached a fork they had to stop. I smell something. Desiree frowned. It did not smell fresh at all. I think this is a dungeon filled with undead. Ointera guessed. He could also smell the rotting smell. Then make sure to aim for their heads. But, for now, stay here. I will go check the levels. Desiree wanted to be absolutely sure that they could take these monsters head-on before just rushing. Desiree left the two at the fork before following the stench down the side tunnel. This tunnel was not as lit as the others, but this did not matter to her. She could still see perfectly fine. She turned her arms and legs into dragon form as she walked down the tunnel. She wanted to be ready for everything. She also found her partial transformation quite useful. While she was a little nervous about her full transformation, she decided she would try it once things calmed down a little. The only reason she was nervous was because she did not know if it was ugly or not. Desiree came to a stop when she heard shuffling not too far away. She quickly used appraisal. Elite, Undead Miner level, 19 monster rank, DHP, 2300 MP, Asthul, Elite, Undead Miner level, 22 monster rank, DHP, 2700 MP, 3001, 30 under level, 21. Monster rank, DHP. 2550 MP. 1256, 1256. Desiree picked up 3 undead. When she saw their levels, she raised an eyebrow. She slowly backed away, not daring to go forward since she did not know how they would aggro. She quickly returned to the fork to see both Juna and Oimtera standing guard at each tunnel entrance. Oimtera called out first when he saw her coming. "We can't go any further. We will need a full team. This seems to be a level 20 dungeon." Level 20. Oimtera's eyes went wide in surprise. To be a level 20 dungeon meant that if they were careful, everyone in the village could finally evolve. "Boss, when do you think we can clear it?" "In about a week's time. Let's get the main things in the village done first. We need to prioritize our advancement and make the village into a real village." While Desiree also wished to quickly get this dungeon done, she knew she had to finish things up at home first. Days passed while Desiree worked on her village. During this time, a girl with cat ears and a tail was running through the forest. "Naya? Why do they always chase me now?" Her white hair fluttered behind her as she ran as fast as she could. Behind her were 2 large pig-faced men, but these were not those of the pigman race, but orcs. They were like the goblins of the pig race. Because of the distinct features, the pigmen and orcs were not placed in the same boat. They were very much 2 different races. And because they were also a race that only had male offspring, they had to hunt down women to mate with, and any race was no exception. As for the cat girl, she was not only a woman, but also a budding one who had the scent of a virgin on her, which made her even more sought after by the orc races who liked virgins the most. While she was beautiful, this did not matter to orcs. She was only level 11 and had been on a walk just outside her village. Before she knew what was going on, she had found herself in a strange place. She had been walking around for a few days killing monsters and finding wild vegetables for food, but it seemed she was deemed to be unlucky because she had accidentally run into 2 Orcs, which were both level 15. She had no weapon and no means of being able to kill an orc. She was nowhere near strong enough. As the cat girl ran, her tail swayed back and forth. Her mind was throwing a fit. She was tired and wished she could just take a small rest. She had tears in her eyes as she looked up at the sky peeking through the trees and decided to pray. "I swear, oh gods above, if you save me this time, I will be your devout follower forever and ever. I do not want to be taken by the orcs." Oink. A loud, shrill oink came from behind the cat girl, causing her to almost trip over her own feet. She came to a stop and turned around to see what had happened. But when she felt like she was seeing a goddess. Standing there with one foot stomping on an orc's head was a girl with ice blue scales on her body, a tail that swayed back and forth, and 2 horns on her head. Ice foamed around her as her snow-white hair fluttered in the breeze. "I hate orcs. Wait. Can I cook them? Will Oimtera and the rest be able to eat orc meat? Is that cannibalism?" The cat girl was stunned at the fact that the newcomer seemed to be talking to herself without a care in the world, nor fear of the other orc that was about to hit her with a tree. She watched as the strange girl raised her hand and stopped the tree trunk with the tip of her finger. Seconds later, the other orc was also smashed into the ground, its head crushed just like its companion. "A goddess!" The cat girl suddenly screamed out. She was not bothered by the bloody mess in front of her. She quickly ran up to the figure and dropped to the ground, bowing her head. "Goddess, thank you for saving my life." "Goddess?" The girl tilted her head to the side. But when the girl remembered that she did indeed have such a word in her status menu, she no longer thought about it. Instead, she turned to the matter at hand. She placed her hands on the orcs, making their bodies disappear. Only when she collected her prey did she turn her attention to the girl. "Are you all right?" "Huh?" "Yes." The cat girl let out a small squeak. She had to admit the girl in front of her was just as beautiful as a goddess. "That's good. Let me ask you, did you lose your clan? Did more of your people come to this new world?" The girl asked. "Ah, no. I found myself here just a few days ago. I do not know how to get back to my clan." The cat girl's ears and tail dropped. She really wanted to go home. "I see. Then come back with me. The world merger will still take some time, it seems, so it will not be safe for you to be wandering around for the time being." The girl paused as if realizing something and said, "Right, my name is Desiree. I am originally from this world." The cat girl was a little happy but also wary when Desiree asked her to go with her, but she was a bit unsure of what she should do. However, she did decide to give her name. "And my name is Nina." "Then, Nina, follow me." Desiree did not want to just stand around in case more monsters came. Nina nodded and quickly followed Desiree. Her eyes shined every time she looked at the beautiful goddess walking next to her. You said you are originally from this world?" Nina asked. "Yes. I was actually once human as well. This world was filled with humans. There were no other sentient beings on this planet. But that all changed when the merger began. I was just a normal 14-year-old girl. Going to school, going home, spending time with my amazing father. But then all of this happened, and I turned into a dragon. I only recently got my current form." Desiree couldn't help but show a sad expression when she thought about her old life. It was so simple. No fighting or risking her life. Although she did wonder, would she go back to her old ways if she could? Now she could use magic. She could actually fight, and was now the thing she loved most in her past life, a blue dragon. Could she really go back to her old life? A life where she would go to school and graduate. Maybe even go to college. Get a job that would probably go nowhere. Grow old and die. She did not know if she would ever have kids, or if she would have ever gotten married. She had a lot of what-ifs about her old life. But no, here she was, growing 4 years older in a single evolution. She found it funny that the system could actually push her age by 4 years. She just hoped her age would not get any older than it was now. She did not wish to be a grandma while her friends still looked young. Nina's eyes widened. She never thought the goddess next to her used to be a dirty human. Of course, this did not change her attitude toward Desiree. In any case, the goddess next to her saved her life and treated her kindly. There was just one more question that really made Nina curious. "Are you not cold?" Nina's question was a valid one. Desiree was not wearing any. Her private bits were covered in scales, but they did not look all that safe for work. It left a lot for one to look at. Desiree looked down at herself and saw nothing wrong. She then looked at Nina, who was wearing short shorts and a belly shirt, and snorted. "I should be asking you the same question. Look at you. Nya? What is wrong with what I am wearing?" Nina looked down at herself and felt her clothes were quite normal. "Never mind. Let's just say we are both dressing normally. Desiree decided to leave it at that. The word dressing did not really fit her since she had no clothes on at all, and just scales. She had gotten so used to not wearing clothes that she now felt stuffy even when wearing armor. So when she was not in a dungeon, she would not wear anything. Okay. Nina pursed her lips and realized this goddess was quite easy to get along with. She hoped to become friends with her goddess. How far are we from your village? About 15 minutes out. If you had kept running forward, you would have run into it. But I must warn you. There are toblins in my village. They are not the same as goblins and live normal lives like you and I. Also, they are a higher level than you, and might beat you up if you start anything with them, Desiree warned. That's fine. I have met a few before. They are much different than goblins, Nina replied. She was never one to look down on other races, except those that meant her harm. By the way, how is it that you are always producing cold air? Nina was very curious about this. She had to stand a few feet away so that she would not freeze to death. I am not sure. I started to produce cold air after I evolved. I can retract it when I need to, but it takes a lot of concentration. Luckily, it only affects the area around me by about 10 feet at the moment. Desiree was glad she did not have a significant other or a child. She would not be able to touch them. I see. Nina had a lot of questions as the two walked, and the more she asked and the more answers she got in return, the more she came to like speaking with Desiree. She had many friends in her village, but she had never met anyone so easy to talk to like Desiree was. She just seemed calm and relaxed, while at the same time, she could get excited and be sarcastic. She was very easy to get along with, and Nina could tell that Desiree was one who did not hide her emotions. Boss! The two had arrived at the gate, and as per usual, Ontera was pouncing toward his boss at full speed. He came to a skidding halt before bowing toward Desiree, and then turning to Nina. A catkin? That is right. Nina rolled her eyes. Wasn't it quite obvious that she was a catkin? Why did this pigman decide to ask if she was a catkin, as if it was a question or not? She figured her tail and ears would give it away. I'm Tara. This is Nina. I just met up with her. She was being chased by orcs. She will be staying here for the time being. Desiree introduced the cat girl at her side. Ah! Glad you are okay. Ontera smiled as he continued. Our village is still small, but thanks to Boss, all of us have been able to level up and get closer and closer to our first evolution. We are preparing for when the merger finishes. At that time, war will most likely break out between the races. Nina frowned when she heard this. Her race was a warrior race, and the higher-level catkin would definitely be told to go to the front lines. She bit her lip and wanted to ask Desiree what she planned to do when the time came, but when she turned, she saw that her goddess was busy eating a meat skewer that came out of nowhere. She did not see Juna at the side, quietly standing there serving Desiree as if she was a little maid. Desiree licked her lips and nodded her head in approval. That was very good, Juna. Your cooking skills have gotten much better. I learned this from you. Juna blushed. She then peeked a look at Nina, who had just noticed her. Miss Nina, it is a pleasure to meet you. Likewise. Nina felt strange. She had always thought Toblins were uncivilized, like goblins, but here was a female Toblin cooking meat and receiving praise from her goddess. Nina, we are building quite a few spare homes, but none of them are fully ready yet. I will have you stay with me for the time being. As for what happens when the merger completes, I do not know. But rest assured I will not be attacking anyone unless they attack this village first. Desiree did not plan to play around. She would not attack others, but if they attacked her she would not hesitate to defend her new home. She planned to build a kingdom. She would have no other choice but to do so since she had to gain followers. Her realm advance requirements were a little insane, but she was determined to complete them. She wanted to know what it meant to break through the mortal realm and into whatever realm thereafter. Boss, I do not think it is safe to have a newcomer staying with you. Have Nina stay with Juno. Ointera did not trust new people. They had to earn his trust. He was also very protective of his boss. He owed her a life debt. She was his empress, his boss. He would not allow others to do any harm to her. It's fine. If she can't even defeat 2 small orcs, how can she harm me in my sleep? My entire body is as tough as a mountain. Desiree waved off Ointera's warning. She found her skin was quite tough. She had tried to cut into it quite a few times, but was unsuccessful. Boss. Ointera glared at Nina. He raised his hand and pointed at her. If you dare try to harm Boss, I will skin you alive. Desiree rolled her eyes. Nina, ignore him. He is just overprotective. You would think he was in love with me, or something with how he acts. Of course, I love you, boss. Ointera said righteously. So does Juna and everyone else. You have given us new meaning in life. It's our duty to protect you. Right. Instead of getting mad, Nina suddenly clapped her hands. We should look after our goddess. So you do understand. Ointera's attitude quickly changed. He began chatting non-stop with Nina about Desiree. Desiree sighed. When Ointera got like this, he would never stop. What made things worse was Juna also joined in, and now 3 of them were standing there praising her left and right. Did I somehow start a cult? Desiree shook her head and walked away. She did not want to stand there listening to them. She figured Ointera or Juna would lead Nina to her hut later. I guess I should see if there are any new skills I can get. Desiree walked over to the main campfire and sat down. She opened her status menu to look at her current situation. Name, Desiree Harris. Race, Ice Dragon Goddess. Current realm, mortal age, 18 level, 20 monster rank, E-realm advance requirements. Reach level 50. Kill 1,000 enemies. Raise your affinity with ice to 70%. Create a domain with 10,000 followers. Evolution requirements. Reach level 100. Kill 2 demigods. Complete 3 level 100 dungeons. Solo HP 4,567. MP 3,289. 3,218. Immunity AVL Max. Appraisal 32. First aid Dolphin Skin. Dolphin Skin. Toughen 2. Spark. VFL1 Cleanse. OF01 Drink. VL1 Dick. 1 Dick. 1L1 Digek. Healing Snow. Earlier 5. Partial Transformation. 3. Hunting. LVL3. Gay Foraging. LVL3 Cooking. Hunting Trick Cooking. Dave beat. She had yet to level up once since her evolution, but she did have 41 skill points. Let's see what skills I have access to now. She hit the skill shot button and began scrolling through the list. It was now split into multiple different categories. Normal skills, professions, and god skills. A distressed ice fairy When Desiree opened her skill list, she saw a lot of new skills, most of which cost a lot of points to get. Most of these new regular skills cost over 100 skill points. The goddess skills are not even something I can touch at this time. From what I can see of the list that is there, the cheapest one is 1,000 skill points. Desiree had some hope of getting a cheap goddess skill, but it seems she would not be able to get any of them today. But 2 skills did catch her eye, both of which cost 20 skill points each. The first one was Summon Ice Elemental. As the name implies, it summons an ice elemental at your side. It will follow your every command. At levels 1 through 5, you can only summon 1, but at level 6, you can summon 2. She figured having an extra addition to her fighting prowess would be nice. The second skill that caught her eye was called Prison of Absolute Cold. It was a barrier-type skill. It could enclose an area within it, with a barrier that, if someone tried to walk through it, they would be instantly frozen. While it did need 10 mana per 10-foot radius to maintain, it was worth it if she could use it to cover the entire village in case of an attack. Although she knew she would need to quickly raise her level in order to be able to do so, but to have the skill now, even if she could only wrap everyone in it to protect them, it would be fine. That should do it. Desiree nodded her head in satisfaction. The second skill she chose was quite overpowered. If she had the ability to keep it up without concern about her mana disappearing, it would be a massive trump card in defending against enemy attacks. It would also be helpful in dungeons as well. Let's try the summon skill, I guess. Desiree wondered just what kind of ice elemental would be summoned. She took a deep breath before reaching her hand out and calling out the skill, Summon Ice Elemental. A bluish glow came from the palm of her hand. An icy cold air began to flow out. This cold air began to twist and turn, forming a small pocket of frozen air that began to condense. It spun around in a circle, creating a sphere-like shape that began to give off a faint glow at its center. Slowly, this glow grew bigger and bigger. The wind around Desiree began to pick up, causing her snow-white hair to flutter. Everyone who sensed the strangeness in the air turned to look at Desiree. What shocked them was the small figure starting to form in the air in front of their boss. It was humanoid in shape, but small. The figure was curled up in the fetal position and was slightly transparent, but slowly, it was starting to become more opaque by the second. Desiree watched as her mana was draining at a rapid rate. She had over 3,000 mana, and now it was down to 1,000. This was a huge drop with a single spell cast. She couldn't help but wonder just how much mana this spell took, since it did not say. System notification, Goddess line detected, normal summoning, changed to Goddess summoning. All summons by those of the Goddess line are permanent and will level up as the skill itself levels. As the system message popped up, Desiree noticed that her mana suddenly dropped to 1. The figure before her had fully formed. It was a small girl with ice blue butterfly-looking wings on her back. She had 2 horns on her head and a thin ice blue tail. Her little face was quite cute as well. She looked like a human but with extra features. On her body was an ice blue dress that went down to her knees. Her ice blue hair flowed down to her feet and even a little past them. The figure slowly floated over to Desiree's hand and landed in her palm. Only then did the thin layer of ice around the figure burst. Desiree looked excitedly at the little figure and found her to be very cute. She could see her little chest rising and falling, so she knew it was alive. After a few seconds, the figure suddenly rolled over on her back and stretched her little arms up over her head. Desiree really could not help but laugh when she saw this. It was too cute. The figure slowly opened her eyes. She blinked a few times before rubbing them gently. She looked around in a confused state before turning to look at Desiree. Who are you? Where am I? Desiree was a bit confused. She could tell right off the bat that this small girl was not something she had created. My name is Desiree. I summoned you. What? Why? I was living a life of luxury on top of that snow lotus. The figure suddenly stood up and pointed at Desiree. Quickly send me back now. I can't. Desiree really felt bad. She never meant to kidnap anyone. What? Wait. What is this? The figure realized something was very wrong. This connection, no way. Master-slave, no. Man, why? Desiree looked at the very distressed fairy in front of her and scratched her head. This was completely not what she had been expecting at all. I'm sorry? You're sorry. You summoned me here and turned me into a slave and say you are sorry. What good do sorries do? The figure cried out. She sat in Desiree's hand and started bawling. Desiree looked at the others for help, but they all shook their heads. They had no idea what to do either. They had never even seen summoning magic before. Desiree sighed as she reached out with her other hand and patted the top of the distressed fairy's head. I can't send you back, but I can promise never to make you do anything you do not want to do. I do not know what this master-servant thing is, since my spell never said anything about such a thing. But if you are willing, you can stay by my side, and I will make sure you live a good life. The figure looked up at Desiree and wiped the tears from her eyes. This was what she was most afraid of. She did not want to do things that went against her own morals. If you promise me not to abuse your control over me, then fine. Of course. I was only looking for a companion to fight by my side. I never imagined things would end up this way. But, Desiree held out her other hand. Ice began to form in the air, turning into a large rose. I do not know what a snow lotus looks like, but what about an ice rose? The figure's eyes lit up as she flew up from Desiree's hand and landed on the ice rose. When she did, she suddenly realized something. She tapped her foot off the ice a few times before flying up and over to the top of Desiree's head, where she landed and took a few steps. After a short moment of indecisiveness, she sat down on top of her new master's head. This place was much colder than the ice rose. It suited her much better and was softer. I will live here. As for the companion thing, I will agree to it. Desiree rubbed her nose. It seemed her ice rose was no good, but when she heard the last part of what the figure said, she smiled and nodded slightly. Then I will be counting on you to watch my back. Not like I have a choice. I am bound to you, which means if you die, so do I, the figure replied before flying off Desiree's head and hovering in front of her. My name is Haina, Master. What is your name? My name is Desiree. You can call me Dessa or Boss like the others. It's a pleasure to meet you, Haina. Desiree smiled. She really found Hina very cute. But, Haina, I have a question. Question? Hina was a bit confused. She did not think her master would ask her a question all of a sudden. Yes, I was supposed to summon an ice elemental. So I am confused why a fairy showed up. Desiree was very confused about this. She thought it would be some kind of ice golem of sorts, but here was a fairy gently flapping her wings in front of her face. An ice elemental? Well, that sounds about right. But you see, I am a high elemental. High elementals and above have these kinds of forms, or one like your own. Anything below that would be more of a golem type, Hina replied. Now that she thought about it, she had never heard of a high elemental being summoned before. Normally, such elementals were too powerful for anyone to summon them. This thought made her very curious about this new master of hers. I see. That would explain it then. I do hope we can get along well together. Desiree knew she was not strong enough to summon some kind of high elemental, which meant that this was due to the system and the fact that she had become some kind of a goddess. Me as well, Hina replied with a real smile for once. She floated up and landed in Desiree's hair and snuggled into it. The coldness that she felt suited her just fine. This was much better than that snow lotus. With things now settled, everyone gathered together around the fire. Desiree could feel the warmth of the fire, but it did not actually warm her up. It was just a sensation of knowing it was there. This was because of how cold her body was. Goddess, boss. Nina sat down next to Desiree, but quickly moved a few steps away. She found it weird. Earlier Desiree had grabbed her hand, and she did not feel any cold at all, but now she could hardly sit a few feet beside her without feeling ice cold. What are your plans from here on out? We are finishing a few things up, then we will be exploring the dungeon we checked out not long ago. I want to level up and gather more resources. The entire village needs to be equipped with better equipment as well. There is a lot to do, Desiree sighed. She wondered when she would be able to see her father and friends again. She could already tell the road ahead was going to be a long one. Nah? This is amazing. Nina cried out. The houses were now done, and the biggest one of them all was Desiree's Ointera, said since she was the boss she had to have a house that matched. Isn't it too big? Desiree wrinkled her brow. The house was 3 stories tall. It had so many rooms, but it was just her and Nina at this time. And Nina might even be taking a house of her own. This was still up in the air. It seems just right for a temporary house. Boss, when we have more materials, we will build you a large palace, Ointera announced. This was followed by everyone nodding their heads. I don't need a palace. Desiree wished they would listen to her. She kept telling them she only wanted a small house. She would have to take care of this place. Boss. We captured a few humans. A Toblin who was on guard came running over and announced. Humans? Desiree wrinkled her brow. She did not know if they were the other world humans or humans from her world. She had to be careful with how she handled this. She sighed and said, Ointera, Nina, follow me. After saying this, she told the guard to lead the way. Yes, boss. The Toblin guard smiled and quickly led the way. He was happy to have his boss talk to him. It was an unspoken rule in the village that their boss was to be admired from afar. She was beautiful, wise, kind, and gentle to those around her. She was willing to share all the good things with them without a second thought. She was truly their goddess. Of course, this was a rule that did not just apply to men but also to women. Desiree walked over to the newly built guardhouse to see 10 humans all tied up using thick vines. They looked quite haggard. According to appraisal, they were also low level, which meant they were from her world from what she could see. Seeing Desiree and Nina walk over, two people who had more human features, the humans who were all sitting on the floor looked a little relieved. Desiree stood in the front and looked at them all before asking, "Who is the leader?" "I am," an older man replied. He looked up at Desiree and said, "We originally came here to ask for help. We have been hungry for days. We did not expect to be captured on the spot." "Oh?" Desiree looked at the Toblin guard, who nodded his head and said, "In our world, humans would attack demi-humans no matter what. So we were taking precautions. Since we wished to build a place for all, we did not go too far. This is why we did not kill them, and instead captured them." "I understand." Desiree nodded. This was the right thing to do. She turned her attention back to the humans. "As you heard, the humans of their world are very violent towards the demi-races. This is why you were captured. I can see you all have reached level 3. This is not bad for people roaming about like nomads." "I see. I can see now why you captured us like this. But I promise we mean your people no ill will. We are just on the verge of starving to death. This is the first settlement we have seen since the apocalypse happened," the old man replied. "My name is David. I am an ex-general in the military. Although long retired, these are the few survivors I have picked up while trying to find a place safe to settle down in." "I see. Well, we can take you in. But you will need to build your trust with us. But let me warn you, while we can give you a week of rest and a chance to regain your strength, you will all need to start working after that. Those who do not work do not get fed." Desiree looked at the people who all had sunken cheeks. She could tell they had not eaten for many days now. "This is what should be done. We will do as you ask, as long as we have a place to settle." David smiled. He never thought the strange girl in front of him would be so willing to allow them to stay. Of course, Desiree would not have let them stay if every one of her people were not of a high level. "Good, but let me warn you, if you dare to harm any of my people, the Toblins, the Pigmen, myself, or Nina, I will kill you myself," Desiree said coldly. She had never killed a human before, but since becoming a dragon girl, her way of thinking had long changed. She did not feel bad about killing anything. "We understand. If such a thing does happen, please dish out punishment," David quickly agreed. "If someone ever did such a thing, he would kill them himself. Then follow him. He will give you all some food to eat. A stew would be easier on the stomach. Just remember to eat slowly. There is plenty of food here, so you will not starve no matter what. But do not bite the hand that feeds you. The first time you betray my trust, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." After giving this last warning, Desiree turned and left with Untira and Nina. She did not care about anything else. She hoped the humans here could become good assets to her and would work well with the other races. This would allow humans and demi-humans to live together in harmony. A week later, things had settled down. The new wall construction was underway, and the houses were being built one after the other. Nina decided to just stay living with Desiree, and somehow suddenly became her maid. Desiree, who was currently sitting on a stool, was getting her back washed by Nina. It was not an easy task since Nina had to keep soaking the towel in hot water every few seconds to keep it from freezing. She was even wearing more clothes than normal to keep herself warm. "Boss, what are your plans going forward?" Nina asked out of curiosity. Things were settling down. Even the humans were pitching in and doing what they could to help out. They even rigged up this thing called electricity in the village using things from this world. Since things are going smoothly, I plan to bring a few people and clear the new dungeon so we can mine night stones and other ores. We need people to be around level 20 or above to even make any use of the dungeon, and only then will we be able to truly farm for ores there. Desiree had not forgotten about the precious ores she so needed that might be hidden in the dungeon. "Can I go with you?" Nina asked. Her eyes glowed with excitement. It never dawned on her that the whole dungeon might be very dangerous. "If you want, but you will need to stay in the back. These are zombies, and are all level 17 to 25 elites." Desiree did not know the exact levels of the dungeon, but she at least had a good understanding of what the levels were. "Yay! Thanks, boss." Nina always wished to evolve. "No problem." Desiree smiled and poked Heine, who was sitting in her lap sleeping. Every time she poked the little fairy's cheek, she would wave her hand and then rub her nose without waking up. She had noticed that Hina would not leave her side even for a second. She would always be tucked away in her hair, or would be sitting on her shoulder when things were going on. She was always watching her surroundings as if she were Desiree's personal guard. After washing up, Desiree decided to go have a meeting with Ointera and Juna. Of course, Nina would follow, and so would Heine. When Desiree thought about the two names between the fairy and the cat girl, she chuckled since they rhymed. She went to the front door of her new mansion and asked the pigman on guard to send for Ointera and Juna before heading to the meeting room to wait for the two. While she waited, Nina poured her some tea made from magifern, which was supposed to warm the body. Desiree had no idea if it worked or not, but she did know the tea tasted good. About 5 minutes later, the door to the meeting room burst open, and Juna and Ointera rushed in shouting, "Boss!" The two even stopped to look at one another, and glared at each other before snorting and sitting down at the table. Desiree chuckled as she said, "We will be going on another dungeon dive. We need to get everyone to their next evolution, as well as make it so that we can finally mine the dungeon itself. I also plan to have 2 people take the humans to the low-level dungeon. I want them to quickly level up. This run alone should push both of you past level 20. When you reach the evolution stage, let me know, and we will backtrack and find a safe room to let you evolve in. This goes for everyone who comes with us. One dungeon run should net us all at least 4 to 5 levels. Maybe even more. Boss, will we be able to clear this dungeon as well?" Ointera asked. He was kind of excited to get another dungeon completion under his belt. "I am not sure. Maybe when all of us are closer to the max level, we can take on the boss. But in order to not risk it, we will keep farming until we are at a much higher level than the boss. This will give us a level advantage. I know we jumped right in on the other boss, but by the time we actually fought it, we were close to the boss's level already. We should not take too many risks. After all, if you die, that is it." Desara wanted to be careful this time around. She knew that as they leveled, the dungeons they would encounter would be even more challenging than the last. The bosses will also become harder and harder. She did not wish to lose anyone. "Then let's farm and map out the dungeon." Juna was okay with this. Killing elites was not bad either. They could easily get quite a bit of XP from elites and level up much quicker than hunting monsters outside. This was proven in the last dungeon. Yes, That is my plan. You can each choose 2 people from your side to come. Nina will be coming as well. However, until she is higher level, she will only be sitting back. We can't have her fighting up front until she has gotten her level up, so go choose a few people and set up the humans with dungeon guides for the lower level dungeon, and get them to at least level 12 by the end of the week. Desiree dismissed the 2 and leaned back in her chair. She couldn't wait to level up again. She needed to be much stronger. Yuck. Desiree frowned as she looked at her hands. She now wished she had made herself a weapon. In front of her were 3 undead zombies. But because they were undead, their skin and the juices inside all splattered when she attacked just now. Boss, you should have made a weapon for yourself as well. Ointera felt bad. His boss was used to using her claws, but these kinds of monsters were not something you would really want on your hands. It's fine. I will make one in a second. But before that, cleanse. Desiree used cleanse on herself to get rid of the goo that was sticking to her hands. Only when it was gone did she feel much better. Blood and guts were fine for her, but when it came to something rotting, she couldn't help but feel disgusted. Its edge was thinner than a razor's, and its durability was on par with steel. With her ice manipulation skill, she could do a lot without much effort. She looked at the ice blade in her hand and felt that maybe this was a bit of a cheat skill now that she was thinking about it. Ice was strong to begin with, so if you were to allow someone to manipulate it at will, it was just asking to make legendary weapons out of thin air. After some thought, Desiree decided to make something she had seen before that she thought would be even cooler than a simple sword. In seconds, the sword in her hand extended a little and became wider. It had the same shape as a certain game character's sword from a long-running series of video games. More specifically, the number 7 in the series. She also made an ice bow as well, since it would be easier to snipe the zombies from afar and pull one at a time. This was the only good thing about this dungeon. The zombies were easy to pull, so you would not need to fear pulling too many at once as long as you did not aggro them with loud noises. Boss, your sword is huge. Ointera looked on with a bit of envy. He wanted to touch it, but he knew better. The last time he tried to touch one of Desiree's ice weapons, he almost lost his arm. Don't be jealous just because mine is bigger than yours. Desiree gave Ointera a wink before walking down the tunnel. Juna and Nina both covered their mouths and giggled at the side while Ointera's face turned red. He did not dare say a word as he quietly followed behind Desiree. It happened about a week ago. He was busy working on something and only had a pair of shorts on. He was doused with cold water by one of his friends, which caused his shorts to fall off, revealing his manhood to everyone. Because of the cold water, his manhood had retreated, and because of this, he was laughed at by everyone. What made it worse was that his boss even turned her head and giggled as well. He tried to explain things, but this only made everyone laugh harder. The group continued through the dungeon. The zombies were only dropping some coins here and there, or some cloth. Nothing that was really worth writing home about. Desiree was a little disappointed, but there was nothing she could do about what dropped in the dungeon. With her new sword, she was easily able to cleave the heads off the zombies cleanly, making their killing and leveling much quicker. She even reached level 22 within a few hours. It was about the 3rd hour in when Ointera suddenly announced he hit level 20. Boss! I hit level 20. I can evolve. Congratulations. Desiree was very happy. Evolutions gave a huge boost in power. This meant he would now be able to fight more easily and help defend the village more easily as well. Alright, let's head back to a safe room. Everyone is on guard duty. Once Ointera evolves, we will continue on with clearing the dungeon. Everyone nodded and quickly hurried back to a large room that they could easily defend if needed. One would think that they would leave the dungeon to let Ointera evolve, but if they did, the dungeon itself would reset. And it was actually safer to evolve in a dungeon, where things were more under your control than it was to evolve outside of it, where anything could happen at any time. When they set up camp, Ointera sat in the corner of the room and readied himself for his evolution. He had never heard of his kind evolving before, so he was nervous. He hoped his evolution would not turn out to be something like an orc. Boss, if I somehow evolve into an orc, please kill me right away. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will be sure to roast you on the grill. Desiree replied teasingly. Ointera couldn't help but smile. He was truly grateful to this boss of his. He could not be where he is today without her assistance. No matter what, boss, my life will always be yours. All right, stop acting all weird. Hit the button to evolve. Desiree hated it when he got all corny on her. Ointera smiled and pressed the button. He was quickly engulfed in a whirlwind of mana. Multiple evolutions. Desiree sat down in front of the mana vortex, in front of her, on a bench made of ice. She crossed her legs up under her and stared at the swirling mana, wondering just what Ointera would look like after he had evolved. Desa, Hina called out while pulling on one of Desiree's horns. What's wrong, Hina? Desiree reached up with her hand and let Hina climb on top of it before bringing it to the front of her face, so they could see each other. You should fight the boss. Hina had been thinking about it. Her new master was much stronger than she thought. Hina could tell. To instantly kill a bunch of level 20 to 25 elites was already proof that she could solo this dungeon without help. Her actual strength did not match her level. I am not sure I can. Desiree wanted to shake her head but was quickly cut off by Hina. These are no master. You have strength that is beyond this dungeon. You are belittling yourself too much. You even have many comrades here who can easily assist you. The Juna girl even told me you basically soloed the first dungeon boss you faced without any issues. You just need to have more confidence. I'd say you could at least fight bosses 10, no, 30 levels above your current level without issue. Look how smoothly you have been pushing through this dungeon. How many of the monsters have the rest of your team killed? Almost all of them were killed instantly by you. Hina's words made the rest of the group nod. Hina did not lie. Desiree was instantly killing the elites without much effort. With such skill, the boss itself should be a walk in the park. Juna walked over and sat down not far from Desiree and added, "We all have seen how strong you are. You can easily defeat the boss alone. While we cannot do much on our own, I think that most of us will also evolve before we even reach the boss room. The boss will also jump out levels a few times as well. I know you are worried about our safety, but we must all take risks. Even if one of us dies, we will not blame you. Eventually, we will lose someone in a dungeon or war in the future. So we should practice now instead of playing it safely. The world around us is unforgiving. You cannot shelter us all the time." Juna's words made sense to Desiree. It also opened her eyes and made her realize that she had been sheltering them. She was always worried about one of them dying, and taking the brunt of everything on her own. She let out a sigh before nodding her head. All right. We will fight the boss. Yay! Hina shouted happily. In truth, she just wanted to be of some use. This entire time, she had not needed to make a move, nor did Desiree ask her to. She wanted to show her new master that she could be of use. She had only known Desiree for a short time, but she really liked this girl, mainly due to the consistent ice-cold air that came off her body, but also because she was very caring and always watching out for her. I think he's done. She was kind of jealous. While she had jumped quite a few levels since the start of the dungeon, she did not think she would hit level 20 by the end. She was only level 15 at the moment. Desiree and the rest all looked at the swirling mana as it began to dissipate, revealing what looked like a young man in the nude, standing there. He had 2 pink ears on top of his head that were adorned by his pink hair. His face was quite handsome, along with his muscular body that would make any girl swoon. Even the member between his legs seemed to have gotten a level up. On his backside was a curly pink tail that looked like a spring. He looked much different from any orc. Desiree looked Ointera up and down and nodded her head in appreciation. While he was indeed good-looking, she still did not feel much. For some reason, looking at Ointera reminded her of the mysterious man she saw in her first dungeon. He had said they would meet again, but she really wondered if that was true or not. Oh, I look human. Ointera suddenly shouted out. Can you put some clothes on? We do not want to go blind. Juna yelled out. Her grey cheeks turned a ting darker as she blushed. She wondered why this damn pigman had to turn out so handsome. Ah. Ointera only just now realized he was naked. He quickly covered himself up and began going through his inventory to look for his armor. He quickly equipped it and let out a sigh of relief. With a shy smile, he looked around and scratched his head as he said, Haha, sorry about that. It's fine, Desiree replied without real much care. Tell us what race you are now. That is just it. I never heard of this race before. I am now what is called a devil hog, Ointera replied. He had never heard of his race evolving, so this was a first for him. His health and mana shot through the roof, and he even got 2 new racial skills. What are your stats like, and what skills did you get? Desiree wanted to get a good understanding of this new race, Devil Hog. My health is 3,120, and my mana is at 1567. As for skills, they are all the same as before, except I now have 2 new ones. Devil Hog Strength and Fiery Fists. Both are at level 1, Ointera explained. Desiree was surprised that he got strength buffs and a fists skill. But just from the sound of his race, it seemed he was born to beat people up. She couldn't help but think of a biker gang when she heard his race name. Okay, we will test it out. In the next few fights, you will be in charge of killing the zombies. Let's see just how powerful you have become. Desiree wanted to test Ointera out. She had to know if all evolutions gave a huge spike in ability. Don't worry, boss. I will do my best. Ointera really wanted to see how strong he had gotten as well. The group continued on, and quickly found a single zombie shuffling around. It was a level 22 zombie, which meant they were probably getting closer to the boss's room. Ointera ran up without unsheathing his sword and punched out. His speed was much faster than before, and as his fist landed on the zombie skull, it suddenly exploded all over the place, sending chunks of flesh and brain matter all over the place. Ointera stood there in a daze. He instantly killed an elite zombie. Not bad. Desiree was also stunned. She looked at Ointera, who kept looking at his fists and then back at the cloth item dropped before looking back at his fists. He was too shocked at his own strength. Seems I can't pick on him anymore. Juna pursed her lips. She couldn't wait to evolve as well so she could beat the damn pig brains up. No, you can. I noticed that Ointera has a soft spot for you, Juna. Desiree could see that the two got along well, and Ointera was always following Juna's whims. She did not know if different species could form families or not, but she did hope the two could get together at some point. Juna blushed. But she wondered, would that soft spot still continue even if she evolved? What if her evolution made her even worse looking than she was now? Many thoughts were bouncing through her mind. She did not know what her evolved form would look like, and it scared her. We will need to wait and see. I do not think Ointera cares about looks. Desiree patted Juna on the head. She then used cleanse on Ointera since he was bouncing back towards them with an excited look on his face. She knew if she did not do it now, they would all need to be cleansed. With the way he liked to flail his arms about when he talked, he would spray gook all over them. Boss, did you see? Ointera asked excitedly. Yep. I saw you blast a zombie's head into millions of pieces. Congratulations, you learned how to splat brains. How is it? Did you get the brain splatting skill? Desiree asked teasingly. Boss, there is no... Wait, I did. Ointera was shocked. He really did get a skill called brain splatting. Everyone was quiet, including Desiree. She had just been teasing Ointera and was not serious, and now a skill really appeared. Everyone else felt the same way. They were shocked. They too knew that their boss was just teasing Ointera, but it actually came true. This brought their respect for Desiree to another level. Desiree was at a loss as to what to say. She had no words. It seems there is such a skill. Congrats. Desiree smiled awkwardly. Ointera, who had no sense of the mood in the room, smiled happily and thanked Desiree. With a second powerhouse now in their team, Desiree was more confident in fighting the dungeon boss. The group quickly made their way toward the boss room, but just before getting there, they had to stop because Juna had actually hit level 20 as well. Juna, we will protect you, so evolve in peace. Desiree smiled warmly at Juna, which caused her to blush. She wondered if her boss knew that she was very pretty, and even more pretty when she smiled. Juna snapped out of her daze and nodded. I will start now. Desiree stepped back, and in no time at all, Juna was covered in a vortex of mana. Desiree did the same thing she did for Ointera and sat in front of the vortex. She would protect it, no matter what. Boss, what do you think she will evolve into? Ointera asked. A beauty that you will never get to touch, Desiree replied teasingly. She found it fun to tease Ointera. Ointera blushed after hearing this. He was just asking. Why did he need to get teased? Although he couldn't help but be slightly worried, after all, Juna was a good girl. If she turned out beautiful, would she want someone as silly as him? It was only when this thought came to mind that Ointera suddenly realized he had feelings for the girl. His whole face grew red, causing everyone to wonder just what was going on in his mind. A few hours later, the mana whirlwind around Juna dissipated. Desiree quickly made an ice wall to block everyone's view as she looked at the gray-skinned beauty on the ground. Juna opened her eyes, blinked a few times, and looked around. She was a bit confused as to why things seemed smaller than before. She looked up at her boss in confusion. "You have become very beautiful, Juna. Here, look." Desiree made an ice mirror for Juna to look into. When she saw herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but burst into tears. She was happy she did not become ugly. Juna gazed at herself in awe. She never thought she could be so beautiful before. "I do not understand it." Desiree smiled and looked at Juna, whose body was not even close to a goblin's anymore. She looked like she could make any man bend to her will. "Whether you understand it or not, you have evolved." "What is your race?" 1 second." Juna quickly opened her menu and looked at her status screen. "Let's see. I became a nymph. I never heard of it before. Nymphs are considered a fae race." Desiree was very knowledgeable about this. "I'm not sure what they are in your world, but in mine, they are mythical creatures." "I see." Juna smiled softly. "Do you think he will like it?" "I do not see why not, but Juna, do not let him get what he wants easily." Desiree wanted to make Ointer work for his right to be with Juna. "Make him work for it. Grow your bond slowly." I also want the stupid pig to work for it." Juna nodded her head and smiled. Her smile was like the sun. If Desiree was not careful, she might fall for Juna instead. "All right, get some clothes on and let everyone see your new form. I am sure they are all worried." Desiree helped Juna up. Juna, who was once shorter than her, was now a head taller than her. Juna quickly put her armor on. When she was ready, Desiree removed the wall of ice and stood next to the newly evolved Juna. "What do you all think?" "So beautiful." "Nia!" Nina was the first to cry out. She ran over and did a few circles around Juna. She was stunned at her evolution. To think Toblins would evolve to become so beautiful. Everyone was praising Juna left and right. The only one who was not saying a word was Ointera, whose eyes were glued to the gray-skinned beauty. Desiree chuckled as she walked over and slapped the frowning devil hog on the back of his head. "Wake up and praise her." "Ah, right. Juna, you look stunning." Ointera blurted out, causing everyone to grin. Nina even pushed Juna forward, so she was standing in front of Ointera. Juna lowered her head shyly, before bringing her foot back and throwing it forward, making strong contact with Ointera's shin. "Who wants your praise?" Ha 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 ha. Desiree let out a loud laugh as she watched Ointera hop around in pain. "Damn, woman. Why are you still the same even after your evolution?" Ointera cried out. "His shin really hurt." "So what? Am I supposed to act differently just because I evolved?" "Hell no. I will still be the same," Juna retorted. She looked at Ointera in disdain before turning her head away with a small smile on her lip. Ointera could only helplessly sigh as he rubbed his shin. Once he felt no more pain, he went over to Desiree to start complaining. "Boss, you need to uphold justice for me. She is so mean to me. When chasing a woman, there will be ups and downs." "This is just one of those downs," Desiree replied and patted him on the back. "Treat her well, and she will come around, I promise." Ointera nodded. He also felt that Juna did like him as well. If he did not have this feeling, he would not be chasing after her. He also had not stated his true intentions to her yet. However, he did know one thing. Even if she had not become beautiful, his attitude toward her would not have changed. Juna was Juna after all. The group progressed through the dungeon and made it to the boss room after another half-day. Juna had new spells that could only be used in outdoor areas. She now had the ability to control plants. Sadly, in a cave dungeon, they were useless. But she did plan to make good use of them and form a natural barrier around the village made of large tree roots. Almost everyone evolved, except 2 people. One was a Toblin, who was of a lower level, and the other was Nina, who was a level away from reaching level 20. The only thing was that while the pigmen all became devil hogs, the Toblins were different. They did not become nymphs like Juna, but something called a horned Trinity Fae. They still had gray skin and got a human form like Juna, but they all got wind-attributed abilities. One spell boosted their speed, while another allowed them to cast blades of invisible wind that could slice through their targets. As they stood in front of the boss's room, Nina pouted. I wanted to evolve too. Don't worry. We will run it again to get you and Tibble the level you need if the boss does not level you up. But I'm pretty sure it will. Desiree did not plan to leave the 2 sitting at level 19. Nina nodded and took a deep breath. She did not think she would get to level 20 so quickly. She had to admit, meeting her goddess was the best thing that had ever happened to her. Everyone rest up. We will head into the boss's room after we rest for a few hours. I am sure you are all hungry as well, but remember one thing. Even if you have evolved, you need to take care of yourself. Do not allow yourself to be killed. All right, let's do this. Desiree pushed the door open, revealing a room filled with bones. Appraisal. Boss, Ghoul Knight level, 25 HP. I will go in first, followed by Ointera. Juna, you are on healing. Although there are no plants around, you can still use your healing spell, but only do so if we get low. Everyone else should know their roles. When I say attack, attack. Desiree created a large ice broadsword in each hand and walked towards the boss with them held out to her side. Hina flew to the top of her head and stood there looking, ready to cast spells at any time. Master, remember, you can easily defeat this boss alone. So do not worry. Face it head on. I know. Thanks, Hina. Desiree knew she needed more confidence, and Hina was helping her change her way of thinking. But she also needed to let her team get some practice in. They had to learn to fight together after all. As soon as Desiree reached the center of the room, the boss finally reacted to her presence. It stood up from its hunched-over position and looked at Desiree with an evil grin. You come to my lair with weapons drawn. It seems you wish to kill me. Let's see if you have the ability to. Desiree was stunned for a moment, because she did not expect this boss to speak. It looked like a humanoid monster. It was grotesque looking, but it was actually able to speak. She only snapped out of her daze when Hina suddenly called out to her. Master, it's attacking. Desiree looked up to see a huge fist in her face. She instinctively raised her right hand and blocked the attack with her sword, causing a loud clanging sound to be heard. The strange thing was that Desiree did not move from where she stood. Her feet were firmly planted on the ground and had not even moved an inch. Even the boss seemed to be confused. He stared at Desiree and yelled out, "Who are you? How do you have such strength?" Just your average dragon girl. Desiree replied without much thought. What is a dragon doing in my lair? The ghoul seemed afraid. Desiree did not know what to make of this. Wasn't a boss supposed to be a boss and just wave its hand and shoot beams from its eyes and mouth? Why was this boss so talkative? Killing you? Desiree replied. She really did not know how to answer a boss ghoul who could talk. She looked back at the others, who all shrugged back at her. They also did not seem to understand what was going on. Then I guess this will be the day a dragon dies by my hands. The boss ghoul let out a roar as he swung his fists over and over at Desiree in a flurry of attacks. The sheer wind pressure made the others all quickly jump back. Ina had to hide behind one of Desiree's horns while holding on for dear life. Desiree, on the other hand, only held up her sword to block the blows one after the other. The sounds of clanging were heard, as if the boss ghoul was ringing a bell and not attacking someone. Even with all the attacks, Desiree still stood in the same spot, as if she was an unmovable wall. She did not feel that the boss ghoul's attacks were all that strong. She sighed and waited for one of its fists to come at her before flipping the sword in her hand as if she were holding a bat, one-handed, and swinging it out. The sword smashed into the fist with a loud bang, followed by a crunching sound as all the bones in the boss's arm shattered into pieces. The boss's health bar instantly dropped by 20% with a single attack. Impossible. The boss did not seem to understand where such a small body got so much strength. It could not let itself be defeated here. It quickly jumped back with one of its arms dangling at its side, before waving its good hand and creating 10 magic circles in front of it. Let's see if you can still act calm facing these. Shadow fiends, large monsters, 2 Desiree tall, suddenly appeared in the room. Desiree could tell that these monsters were this boss's final attack. It seemed she had already driven it into a corner. After all of its mana was gone in a single cast of a spell. She quickly cast appraisal on the new enemies to see what kind of stats they had. Shadow Fiend level, 25 HP, 5,000 MP, 0. So they are just melee-style monsters? Oing terra. You guys deal with the ads, I will handle the boss. Desiree decided to let the others deal with these 10 monsters. She knew that the Devil Hog race was very strong, so she was not worried about them. A few punches from them, and these monsters would easily die. Desiree walked past the monsters, which seemed to ignore her. Why this was, Desiree didn't know, but it worked out well for her. She came to stand in front of the boss once more, who seemed to be in a state of confusion. I'm going to kill you now, okay? You! Damn dragons. Who do you think you are? I have ruled this domain for millions of years. I will not fall so easily. The boss ghoul cried out before slamming both its fists down at Desiree. Desiree only held up her hand, catching the attack as it came down on her, and tossed the massive fists to the side before reforming her sword and swinging it down on the wrists of the boss ghoul's arms. A howl of pain rang out through the boss room as 2 thuds were heard. The only weapon the ghoul had was now severed at the wrist. Fear filled the boss ghoul's eyes as it stumbled backward, trying to escape, but sadly, there was nothing but the boss room wall behind him. Desiree tapped her foot off the ground and sprung up, creating a few ice foot holds to get herself to eye level with the boss. This will be your end, Desiree stated before jumping up toward the boss ghoul and spinning her body around. The boss ghoul raised its arms in defense, only for them to be sliced apart once more. This can't be happening. The boss ghoul cried out as it felt a pinch in its neck, and then a strong force slamming into the side of its head. Desiree had sliced right through its neck, and then kicked it in the side of the head to make its head separate from its body. The health bar of the boss ghoul quickly dropped to 0 as the body and head collapsed to the ground. Desiree also landed lightly on the ground in a bit of a daze. She was now realizing what Hina meant. Her strength alone would allow her to solo these dungeons with ease. Hina, thank you for giving me confidence. I would not recognize you as my master if you did not have this little bit of ability. Hina blushed and snuggled into Desiree's hair. I guess I should live up to your expectations then. Desiree smiled and reached up to poke the little fairy, causing her to giggle. The boss's body turned into balls of light, leaving behind many items once more. As per normal, all crafting materials went to Desiree. She did not really care about any of the armor that dropped. She did not even wear any armor anymore. She felt uncomfortable and stuffy when she wore it. With her current strength, she also did not need to worry about being harmed all that much either. For defense, she could always wear a layer of ice as armor, which would serve much better than anything she could make or even get from drops. The others also quickly dispatched the summoned monsters as well. A few extra piles of drops were scattered across the ground. You defeated boss. Ghoul Knight experience points gained. Bonus clear experience points gained. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. In the end, Desiree reached level 28 after killing the boss. This dungeon alone allowed her to jump 8 levels. The dungeon was also much bigger than the last, and had many more monsters inside. With a full clear and bonus experience, she was bound to get quite a few levels. Name: Desiree Harris. Race: Ice Dragon Goddess. Current realm: Mortal. Age: 18. Level: 28. Monster rank: E-realm advance requirements: reach level 50. Kill 1000 enemies. Raise your affinity with ice to 70%. Create a domain. With 10,000 followers. Evolution requirements: reach level 100. Kill 2 demigods. Complete 3 level 100 dungeons. Solo HP: 7,698. 7,667, 6,267, 6,267. Elemental immunity: AV max scale, FL 2, first aid, FL 2, 2 film skin, 2 spell, SDL 1 clan, class, BL1, drink, BL1, drink, Dix L1, dice, arrow, 5, 1, dice arrow 5, 5L11 detection or detect 1 8 healing snow, AL5 partial transformation 011 professions. Weapon crafting, AVL3 tree armor crafting, AVL3 hunting, AVL3 beast foraging, foraging, sorry. She was getting closer and closer to reaching 10,000 health. This kind of excited her since, to her, this was a lot. Desiree smiled happily as she looked at her stats. Boss, I can evolve now. Nina stood in front of Desiree, feeling slightly nervous. All right. Desiree closed her menu and had Nina sit down in front of her. Tara was going to guard the other member who had just hit level 20 as well. Nina, do not worry about anything. I will watch over you. Okay. Nina nodded before taking a deep breath and hitting the accept button. Her evolution process quickly began. Desiree opened her menu again, looked at her level, and felt something was a little off. She seemed to have gained a lot of levels. Tara, how many levels did you get? Me? I got 2. Tara replied. Desiree furrowed her brow and asked the others. They too only got 2 levels. This told her that she somehow got a huge experience boost. Where it came from, she did not know. She was not going to complain either. In another space, a handsome young man sat staring at the screen in front of him, his eyes locked on to the dragon girl, who was staring at her menu in a puzzled manner. He reached out and gently touched the screen and let out a sigh. Soon, I will be able to see you again, Aria. I have waited for so many life cycles just to be with you again. I cannot do much for you at this time, but I can at least help you grow in power. While what I can do at this time is little, it should be able to help you on your road to regaining your true strength. Another major merger Desiree decided she would deal with her new points when she got back home. She was happy with how fruitful this whole dungeon dive was. Not only did everyone hit level 20 and evolve, but she jumped to almost level 30 herself. This was a huge bonus for her. Desiree guarded Nina until the cloud of mana began to fade away. She quickly set up a wall of ice around her and Nina to block anyone from seeing anything within. Nina, congratulations. Nina, who was still slightly in a daze, smiled brightly as she stood up. She now had a second tail swaying behind her. I turned into a cat, sis. Nina did not care if she was naked or not. She jumped on Desiree and hugged her tightly. Boss, thank you so much. It would have taken me years to evolve, but now I am already on my first evolution. Desiree smiled and scratched the cat girl's ears, causing her to purr. Seeing the blooming smile on Nina's face made Desiree very happy. Although, you should let go, or you will freeze to death. You should put your armor back on as well. Ah. Nina only now felt the chill on her body as ice began to form on it. She quickly jumped back with pursed lips and opened her menu. She wished her boss could figure out how to control the aura of ice around her. Only when Nina was fully dressed did Desiree reveal her to everyone present. Nina is now a cat, sis. We have all worked hard. The teleport to the first floor is right over there. We will head back to the village and celebrate so many evolutions in one go. We will have a feast tonight. Yeah. Cheers filled the boss room. They had all worked very hard and fought with all they had. In a good mood, everyone headed back to the village and sat down. They roasted monster meat and sang songs while dancing. Even the humans joined in on the fun. Not a single one of them had any signs of prejudice against any of the races. They all ate together, sang together, and some even slept together. Desiree sat there looking at the peaceful scene with a smile on her face. She was truly happy. Ointera and Juna both walked over and sat a few feet from Desiree. Boss, Juna and I were thinking. I think it is about time we give our village a name. Now that I think about it, we should name it, huh? Desiree had thought about it before, but it was not on her priority list. How about Serenity? A place all races can call home without feeling oppressed? I like it. Untera would have even agreed with the name if Desiree called it Poop Village. But the one thing he felt was that this name really suited this place when he saw all the races sitting there having fun without any boundaries. Desiree stood up and got everyone's attention. As of today, we will call this place Serenity. What we turn this place into is up to us. Whether we go from a village to a city or even a kingdom, the future is on us, but no matter what, this will be a place for all races, as long as they are not causing harm. They can come here and live in harmony with us. We will not turn good people away. She raised her cup of fruit juice and yelled out, "To serenity!" Kaboom! Key lightning streaked across the sky as thundered boom across the land. The ground shook violently, and the sky began to light up with a purplish color. It was almost like before with the yellow light, but this time it was purple. Desiree squinted for a moment before waving her hand. Prison of absolute cold. A large dome of ice covered the entire village. Remember what we talked about last time? Everyone gather in the same spot. When I ask you for it, give me your mana. Desiree frantically scrolled through her list of skills and quickly found 2 spells she was hoping to find. Mana reduction, mana regeneration Tontgeist in. These skills would be essential, and she had already planned to look for them. And now she was glad she had thought of it. Currently, to cover the entire village, it was costing her almost 150 mana per second. These 2 skills cost her 4 points each. Now to max them out as much as possible. With just a level 1 on each. Desiree got 10 mana per second regen and a 2% reduction cost on her skills. With her points, she began leveling up the mana reduction skill first. She could only get it to level 3 before she could no longer up the skill anymore, and it cost her 15 points to do so. But this still gave her a 10% reduction. With mana regeneration, she was able to get that to level 3 as well. Then went from 10 mana per second to 30 mana per second, and also cost her 15 points. While this only dropped her mana cost to 135 mana per second, her natural mana regeneration was already 75 mana per second. Now, with the 30 extra mana regeneration, she had 105 mana regeneration. So, she was only losing 30 mana per second at this time. Juna, Ontera, and Nina were already feeding her mana as planned. They had long practiced for when things hit the fan, and the 2 worlds had another major merger. Boss, how long do you think this will last? Juna asked. Juna had also created a dome of roots around the entire village, as well, which were now frozen solid due to the barrier. Whether this was effective or not, they would not know until whatever the purple liquid was dropped from the sky. But Desiree did know one thing. No idea, but we might run into more races sooner than expected. Desiree sat by the fire and watched the flames. She did not need to do much of anything but keep the dome of ice above their heads intact. As long as she did not run out of mana, she would be fine. Outside the dome of frozen roots and ice, a group of humans wielding swords and wearing metal armor stood there in a daze. They looked around them only to see the dome of frozen roots in front of them. General Alex, where are we? Were we not marching on the elves? Like hell if I would know. Just look around you. We only have about half our forces. After that bright flash of purple light, we arrived at this place. I know those damn long ears do not have the ability to transport us, so this might be something else. Alex, the general of the human army of Alastine, replied. He had been sent out on a mission to subjugate a bunch of forest elves. He knew they were not all that powerful, and a teleport spell was not something they could easily cast. Sir, what is this? A soldier called out and pointed at the frozen roots. It stuck out like a sore thumb. I am not sure. Can you see anything beyond the roots? The general asked. People! There are humans and some other races inside. I think the humans are being held captive. Because of the ice being slightly blurry, they could not see things clearly. So to them, The humans who were huddled on the ground looked like prisoners. Get everyone together. No matter what this place is, we need to help our fellow humans. We will set them free and bring them with us as we search for a means of escaping this place, the general ordered without any hesitation. To him, every human was another soldier's boots on the ground. Back inside the dome, Juna couldn't help but frown. Boss, there is someone hacking at the frozen roots. All right. Desiree sighed. She could hear outside the dome, so she already knew it was humans from the other world, and they did not seem demi-human friendly. Juna, come with me. Ointera, Nina, protect the others. Understood, boss. Ointera nodded and quickly got everyone to follow him so that they could hide better. Nina followed from the back. Juna followed Desiree as they walked toward the edge of the ice dome. Juna, from here do not say a word. Just restrain them if I say to. Yes, boss. Desiree waved her hand, creating a small passage in the ice dome, while Juna did the same to the frozen roots. On the other side, the general saw movement and quickly had his men pull back. Don't attack until I tell you to. He watched with narrow eyes as two beauties walked out to stand in front of the ice dome. If you attack at all, I promise I will make it so none of you can leave here alive. Desiree's eyes swept over every soldier there. An aura of ice began to spread out toward them, causing the air temperature to drop. Release the humans, and we will not attack, the general demanded. While he felt this young demi-human was quite strong, he could not back down. The humans of my world are not part of your world. They do not know your customs, and I will be damned if I let you turn them into people who hate the other races. So, General Alex, was it? I ask of you, take your men and turn around. Find a place to settle down until the two worlds fully merge, or else I can make you and your men decorations for Serenity's new village center. Desiree was not playing games. She had no qualms about turning these people into ice statues. The general narrowed his eyes. He had understood a few things from what this young demi-human said, and the most major one of them all was worlds, not world. What do you mean by the merger? You were transported to this place, right? Desiree asked. From what she heard, this should be the case. Yes, we were marching to battle when we appeared here. The general could not pass up free information. After all, this was a strange place he had suddenly been thrown into. General, do not listen to this demi. She is definitely lying to us. A soldier yelled out. His killing intent soared as he stared at Desiree. Whether she was beautiful or not did not matter to him. A demi was still a demi. The man in the back who just shouted, Hina, please make him an ice statue. Desiree decided it would be best to make an example out of someone. Roger! Hina came out of her hiding place and waved her little hands. The soldier who had just spoken did not even get to scream before he was turned into ice. You! The general saw his soldier being turned into an ice sculpture and wanted to rage, but he took a deep breath instead. Please tell me what you know, and if there is a way to get back. No, there is no way. As I said, the worlds are merging. The only way to get back is after the merger has finished. The general furrowed his brow after taking in Desiree's words. Can you tell me when this merger will end? No idea. Desiree spread her hands out. I wish I knew, so I knew how much time I had left to prepare after all. Your people seem hell-bent on coming here and starting fights with me for no reason. I will protect my own people. No matter if it means turning your entire army into ice statues to decorate my village. While the general was wary of this woman's power, he still could not stand by while humans were being used as slaves. You protect your own but use humans as slaves. This kind of logic does not seem fair. Slaves? Desiree was a bit confused. There are no slaves in my village. Only people who work together, live together, and strive for harmony between races. We do have humans, but they are nowhere near slaves. They are also an important part of my community. If you do not believe me, I can have a few come out to speak to you. The general did not know what to say. He knew it was not easy to see inside, so he could not say for sure whether the humans within were being treated poorly or not. I will have to ask you to call them out. All right, but the women will not be called. After all, a bunch of men who look sex-deprived should not be near any women. Desiree looked at the soldiers who were leering at her and frowned. Should I turn you into ice cubes as well? The general became nervous and quickly yelled out, "What the hell are you all looking at? Look at your own feet." Only after shouting this did he apologize to Desiree. I am sorry about that. As you said, men will be fine. I just want to speak with them. Juna, please go in and get David and Alan. David is the leader of the humans, and Alan is second in charge. Desiree figured the leaders would be the best people to talk to with this man. If they decide to follow the humans of the other world, that would be fine. She would not stop them. But if they ran into each other again down the road and became enemies, then she would kill them without any hesitation. Desiree stared down the humans while Juna went to get David and Alan. Only when she returned did things pick up once more. David walked next to Desiree, staying a few feet away, and asked, "Boss, is this the man who wished to speak with us?" "Yes, he is from the other world. He did not believe me when I said you and the other humans were not slaves," Desiree explained lightly. "What? If not for you, we would have long been dead." David got very angry. He was an avid Disa follower. The unofficial church of the Ice Goddess was under his command. Juno was even a member of it. They met every Thursday. So, anything that went against his goddess angered him to death. He turned and glared at the general and yelled out, "How dare you not believe in my boss?" Desiree held her head and shook. This old man was so hot-headed. "Sir, we are just trying to find out if you were imprisoned or enslaved," the general replied, feeling a bit confused. He did not know why he was suddenly being yelled at. Imprisoned. Enslaved. What the hell is that? If not for our boss, myself, and the rest of the humans living here would have long been dead. She allowed us to live with her, and has even helped us grow stronger. She feeds us and keeps us safe from the monsters outside. We even mingle with the other races. Alan's wife is a newly evolved Toblin. The old man huffed, his beard flying in the breeze. This. The general's face contorted as he looked at the other human man named Alan. You actually mingle with these demis? "Watch your tongue," David yelled. "How dare you insult our friends? Demis. What a word. How about I call you a bunch of hairless monkeys? If I were not human, that would be just as racist as you calling my friends and my boss Demis. If you wish to fight, this old man does not mind throwing down with you." "David, please calm down." Desiree sighed and tried to calm the old man down. She was afraid he would get too worked up. "If you get too angry, It will be bad for your heart. Boss, I just can't stand it. David was so angry he stomped his feet. Desiree looked at the general and narrowed her eyes. While David does need to calm down, you also need to apologize. Or else I will use you and your men as a means of deterrence to those who dare to come near my home. As you can see, my people are nowhere close to being enslaved. If you wish to fight, we can, but I can guarantee that you will not be the victor. Leave this place and do not come back within 100 miles. Miles, the general did not understand these words. Lengths, Juna explained. 100 lengths. If you do not wish to die, then do not come within 100 lengths of this place. March out now. We will be watching. Juna's eyes glowed as the trees around the army suddenly began to shake. Roots sprung up from the ground, causing the general's men to begin to panic. The general knew he had no choice but to leave. He quickly yelled out, "All right! We will leave. Boss, do not worry. I will keep an eye on them." Juna was very clear about the humans of her world. There were some good ones, but the rest were bad. They hated demi-humans and had tried to kill her kind many times. She lost count of how many of her people died at the hands of humans. Thanks, Juna. Desiree waved her hand and cancelled her spell. She also had Juna retract the roots. There was no reason to keep it up if they were now safe. Boss! Ointera came running over quickly. What happened? Some asshole humans from another world dared to look down on our boss. David yelled as he slammed his cane off the ground. David, you will hurt your hip again if you keep this up. You may have leveled up, but we have not found a cure to fix the issues with your bones yet. Desiree smiled, seeing David being so angry on her behalf. Boss, how can you act so calm? You are too kind. If I were you, I would have frozen them all and made them lawn ornaments. David was not happy. Anyone who looked down on his boss was an enemy to him. Ha ha! To be honest with you, David, I was very close. But you catch more sugar with honey. I had Hina freeze one of his people. The reason I did not freeze the general after he offended me was because of the numbers. By any chance, if any of us died, everyone in the village would have suffered. I cannot have that until we are sure that our strength is enough to defeat all who stand in our way. Desiree could not risk it. While she might have been able to kill all of them, she was not used to fighting humans as of yet, or other sentient beings that could think and plan. I understand that, but still. David was indignant. He did not like people talking badly about Desiree, who had saved him and his companions. They all owed her their lives. He, for one, would never forget this. She had also been helping them learn more about this world and how to level up and use their powers. Everyone got their things together and went back to celebrating. While the incident had interrupted their fun, they still wished to celebrate and enjoy the rest of the night. But who would have thought that the next morning, more newcomers would find their way to their front door? Hello? A voice rang out as a short, stocky man followed by 10 others, both men and what looked to be young girls. Is there anyone around? What can I do for you? One of the Toblins asked as they stood up on the wall. Toblin and a human. The dwarf in the lead was quite surprised. Just because he is a Toblin doesn't mean he is not a good person. The human man named Mitch said with a snort. Our village does not discriminate, So if you are one of those types who hate demi-humans, then please leave. Not at all. We, dwarves, fall under what you humans call demi-humans, the lead dwarf replied politely. That's good. Hold on, we will get one of the village leaders. Mitch said a few words to the toblin next to him before jumping off the wall. A short while later, both Ointera and Juna walked out of the village. State your name and reason for coming here. Juna was a person who got right to the point. Right. My name is Regal. I am an elder dwarf, and am a bit lost, to be honest. Me and my companions were on our way to Ironforge City when we found ourselves here in this strange place, Regal replied. Oh. An elder dwarf. No, that is rare. My name is Juna. I am a nymph. And the fellow beside me who looked like he is a bit dim-witted is old Terra, a devil hog. Juna couldn't help but slip in a jab at Ointera. Juna, why do you always say stuff like that? Took me almost a month to get the humans not to think I was dumb. Ointera complained before turning to the dwarves and bowing slightly. Please do not listen to her. She is on her time of the off. A tree root flew up from the ground and smashed into Ointera's stomach, sending him flying. The dwarves all looked at each other and did their best to hold back their laughter. They could see a hint of love in Juna's eyes when she looked at Ointera. In other words, her violent action was an act of love. A married couple's quarrels. Follow me. I will take you to our boss. Please be respectful. Our boss is kind by nature, but she is also very much revered here in our village. All of us would give up our lives for her. She has saved us all. Juna liked to make things clear right from the beginning. Don't worry, we would never say anything out of line. Regal was wondering if he was being led to some kind of demon lord slime or something. He had never seen people so protective of their leader, to the point that they basically worshipped them. But when he came upon a beautiful girl who was busy crafting weapons, he finally understood. The person before him was like the tree of life to the people living here. Lately, as long as she did not need to mass produce anything, Desiree had taken a liking to weapon crafting. At this moment, she sat by the fire with an anvil in front of her, hammering away at a dagger she was making. This was not something from her current list of crafting items, just something she was tinkering with. It had become a hobby of sorts. Regal looked at the young girl who was hammering away and felt her method was crude. It was then that he realized that this girl was not using a furnace at all. She was only hammering away at a lump of metal and forming it into a dagger. He could see bits of frost building up on the blade that would shatter with each hammer strike. Cold smithing. Regal had only heard about it. It was a legendary technique, yet here he was, witnessing it firsthand. Father, what is cold smithing? A young dwarf girl asked. It is an ancient technique that should have been long lost. I do not think this girl understands what she is doing with how rough her hammering technique is, but even so, this dagger will still turn out quite well. It will also have the ice attribute imbued into it, Regal replied. Oh. The young girl lost interest. She was more curious about the cold air that was being emitted by the young woman. The only person she could ask was the beautiful girl in front of her, but she was too shy to step forward. Boss, we have guests. Juna stood a few feet away from Desiree and announced. Again? Did those humans come back? Desiree asked with a frown. But when she turned and looked at the newcomers, her eyes flashed. Dwarves? Yes. Elder dwarves, to be exact, Juna replied. Oh. Desiree put her hammer down and stood up. She dusted herself off before using cleanse on herself and stepping forward. How can I help you? We were wondering if you could tell us where we are. Regal asked. Well, since you come from the other world, I can say you are now on a planet called Earth. A separate version of your own world. This village is a village we have begun to build up called Serenity. And I do hate to say this, but there is no going back. You will need to wait for the worlds to finish merging before being able to go back. I'm not sure what happened in the last merger, but I am sure more than just living beings came over this time. Desiree had yet to take a look at anything, but she was sure the landscape probably had some new additions here and there. I see. Regal did not think that Desiree was lying. After all, they had just met. There was no need for her to lie to him. He turned and looked after his people, and was at a bit of a loss as to what to do. You all can stay here. But just know that there are strict laws about discrimination and crime of any kind. This is a place for all races to live in harmony. Desiree was not sure how dwarfs were, but from their interaction just now, and how the dwarf in front of her was acting, Regal was stunned. He did not plan to ask her if they could stay since he felt it was out of place for him to do so, but he really did not expect her to make such an offer. If you are willing to do so, we promise to abide by all your rules. Miss, you can call me Desiree Dessa, or boss like the rest. You and your people are welcome to stay, Desiree replied with a smile. Then boss, my name is Regal. I am the leader of my group of elder dwarfs. We will be in your care from now on. Regal gave a polite bow, causing Desiree to smile. She knew her intuition was spot on. It's a pleasure, Regal. Plus, it will be much livelier with so many new faces. I am assuming you are all craftsmen. Do you know how to do more than just weapons and armor? Desiree asked. We can build anything. But it seems you already have some decent buildings, do you not? Regal looked at the houses around him and found them to not be too badly made. He even wanted to talk to the people who constructed them. I want to build a more fortified structure and make things a bit more proper. We plan to expand to a dungeon not far from here, which will be the main source of income for the village. It is a cave dungeon with many ore veins inside. Desiree explained a few details. She was not worried about them coveting anything since she could just turn them into frozen statues. I see. Such a dungeon would be coveted by many powers as they emerge in this new world. What if we do something like this? Regal already had a few ideas in mind. He was willing to help Desiree since she was willing to help them. He quickly drew out a blueprint on the ground for her to look at. Lilio. This is quite interesting. So you want to make a dome made of stone that has runic engravings on it to ward off any attacks? Desiree asked as she looked at the detailed blueprints on the ground. I figured with this setup, even if they were to sneak attack right at the location, we would be able to ward off most attacks. And with a tunnel leading out, we have a way to evacuate anyone in case they somehow get trapped there. These dwarven runes are specially made for defense, and in my world are second to only ancient dragon scales when it comes to defense. Only the elder dwarfs can carve these runes, Regal explained. Then I will leave it to you, if it is not too much work. Desiree had to admit with such a defense setup, the dungeon that would become the lifeblood of their village would be safe for the time being. Not too much work, It will only take about a week. With earth magic and a few of us old dwarves carving the runes, it will be quite easy. Regal waved his hand. He was already happy enough to be able to help out. Desiree was willing to take them in. If he did not pay back this kindness in some way, he would not feel right. Thank you. Desiree smiled. She was glad Regal was willing to help in this way. Boss, if I may ask, the dagger you are creating, can I take a look at it? Regal was very curious about the cold smithing. Sure, I do not mind. I was only tinkering around anyway. I like to create weapons, but it is hard when most fires will go out near me now. I need to stand back a few feet, or they will freeze over. But I found with my strength, I could still forge ore without needing to heat anything up. Although my hammering technique needs some work. I am sure you will find many flaws in it. Desiree blushed as she rubbed her nose. The sight of seeing their boss blush made everyone who saw, excluding the recently arrived dwarves, almost die of blood loss as their noses bled. They all felt that their boss was very cute, and a blushing boss was even cuter. Desiree took a few steps back so that Regal could inspect the hammer. She really wondered when she would be able to control her aura enough so that she would not freeze people out. Although she was not too worried about it at this time. Mainly because it seemed to serve as an automatic defensive measure. Regal took the dagger and inspected it from the blade tip to the base. He could feel the coldness in his hands. If he had not been wearing gloves, he was sure he would have already gotten frostbite. I will admit the hammering does need work, but the overall craftsmanship is not bad. Boss, you are a beginner, right? Yes. I only started about a week ago. And only in my spare time, Desiree replied honestly. Then you really have talent. Did you know about cold smithing before you started, or just decided to test it out? Regal was now getting to the juicy bits. If Desiree really did not know anything about it, and was just testing it out, then she was a genius. I only tested it out to see if it would work. I did not know there was a thing called cold smithing, Desiree answered. Then I will tell you what you are doing has not been done since ancient times. Cold smithing is a long-lost technique. But now I know it cannot be done by just anyone. They have to be attuned to the ice element. If you do not mind, I can help you form your own hammering technique. I only ask that you allow me to watch any time you go cold smithing. Regal was willing to do anything as long as he could see someone create a weapon straight from ore. The thing about cold smithing was that the weapons would come out stronger since they were not losing any of their properties in the fire. It was forming the raw metal that had not been heated at all into the shape one desired. While many could smash ore, it would never work correctly since you needed the ice element as a bond. Of course, the ore itself also needed to be taken into consideration as well. Not all ore was able to be used for cold smithing. Or at least, that should have been the case. Regal looked at the sword that had a blue sheen, and knew this was a bronze dagger. He really did not know how she was able to bond the copper and tin together without a flame. It did not dawn on him that Desiree used her system to make the bronze ingot she used to craft the dagger. She had tried other ores as well, but she found bronze to be the best. She also wanted to try to make a kind of layered metal that used bronze as an inner core to make the edge, while the outer portion would be a much stronger metal. She was not sure if this would be possible or not, or if there were better metals out there. She was just curious and wanted to experiment. As the days passed, Desiree watched as the village they lived in became a fortress, thanks to the help of the dwarves. High stone walls with staircases leading to the top and a large stone gate that could only be opened by powering engraved runes at the top of the tower, next to the gate itself. The walls were also engraved and fortified the entire village to the point that as long as there was nothing flying over the walls, they would be perfectly safe from all attacks. Because of this, Desiree relaxed a bit and began exploring what she had decided would be her domain. If she really wanted to build up her village and make sure no one was able to take it from her and destroy the lives that she and the people who were following her were building, she had to try to get more people to join her village. On this trip outside the village, she was actually alone. She walked through the forest that was now teeming with life and came to a sudden stop in front of a statue she had never seen before. It's cracked and looks quite old, Desiree mumbled as she walked over to it. The statue depicted what looked like a male elf with a sword in his hand. The sword was pointing up toward the sky with the elf's head tilted up, looking up at the sky as well. She was not sure what the elf was doing since he seemed to be standing perfectly straight. Moss and vines covered the statue, but at the very front there was a partially broken plaque with strange writing on it. The hero of Killian. I can read it? Desiree wrinkled her brow. She did not know why she was able to read a language she had never seen before, but it was as if the symbols on the plaque were turning into words she could read right before her eyes. She scratched her head and decided it was probably something to do with the system. The hero of the 10th Great War who stopped the humans from pushing into elven lands. The rest is all chipped away, but to be called a hero and then immortalized as a statue. He must have really done something spectacular. She did not know about what the 10th Great War was. She would need to ask Ointero when she got back since he was like a library of knowledge when it came to his world. She looked around a bit more and noticed that this statue was not the only thing around. The entire area seemed to be some kind of elven ruins. There were even a few intact stone dwellings. Whether they were living quarters or something else, she did not know. She only knew that the place seemed to be very, very old. After looking around and not finding anything of interest, she continued her walk through the forest. She walked for about 3 hours when she came to a stop. Come out. It is useless to hide from me, Desiree had felt since an hour after leaving the ruins. She had someone following her. She turned around and waved her hand, creating a spear of ice in her hand, and shot it toward the tree not too far behind her. Hey! Please don't kill me. A young girl came rolling out from behind the tree. She was human and had coarse clothes that were dirty and ragged. She looked to be around 10 years of age. The sight of this young girl surprised Desiree. She had not expected her stalker to be such a young girl. The girl had dirty, ratty blonde hair and was skin and bones. She looked like she had not eaten in weeks. You suddenly appeared here? Desiree asked. The little girl lowered her head, afraid of raising it, but she did nod to answer Desiree. This made Desiree purse her lips as she said, I am not going to eat you. I am just going to ask a few more questions, okay? The girl nodded her head, indicating that she understood. Desiree sighed as she asked, Do you have any parents? The girl shook her head this time. Were you an orphan? This time the girl nodded her head, giving Desiree the answer she was looking for. My name is Desiree, or you can call me Dessa. If you want, I can bring you to my village so you can eat and live a better life. What do you think? You won't kill me? The little girl asked nervously. No. I do not have the habit of harming kids. I, in fact, detest it. I know you need help, or you would not have followed me, right? Desiree knelt down to be more on the same height as the girl. When she spoke softly and kindly. She did not want to scare the girl. If you can help me. The little girl's eyes began to tear up. Desiree's heart melted. She could not stop herself from reaching out and rubbing her head. When she realized what she was doing, she suddenly realized something was off. Normally, she would freeze everything she touched, but this might be a little personal, but do you have ice resistance? Desiree could only think that this was the reason why this little girl could not be frozen by her aura. The little girl shook her head as she said, I have magic warding. It nullifies any magic that comes in contact with my body. Desiree was shocked, but, at the same time, very happy. She pulled Lily into her arms and hugged her tightly as she whispered softly, Don't worry, from now on, you will be safe. You will get to eat to your heart's content and wear nice clothes. I promise to protect you. These words were all that was needed for Lily to break down crying. She hugged Desiree's neck and cried into her chest. Desiree gently rocked the little girl back and forth. She had tears in her eyes as well. She could not even imagine the life this little girl had lived through all this time. Seeing as it was getting late, Desiree lifted Lily up and held her in her arms as she began making her way back to Serenity. Life was strange. There were always twists and turns that one would encounter in life. She felt maybe it was destiny that brought her and Lily together. In the end, Lily ended up crying herself to sleep. Desiree hoped she had found security and safety in her arms, which allowed her to sleep like she was. When she reached the village, Lily had yet to wake up. Boss. Desiree quickly waved her hand, causing Ointera's big mouth to be sealed with ice. She glared at him and pointed at Lily, who was in her arms, causing Ointera to quickly nod his head. Only then did she remove the ice from his face. What did you want to say? Ointera was almost afraid to talk when he saw Desiree was holding a sleeping child in her arms. He lowered his voice and said, We discovered another dungeon. It is to the south on the shore of the large river. Okay, we will discuss it more later. For now, I need to bring her back to get washed up. Can you get a set of clothes for children? Desiree asked as she gently stroked Lily's hair. On it, boss, Ointera answered in a low voice before running off. Desiree walked through the village and noticed that everyone who was being rowdy quickly quieted down as she walked past. She couldn't help but smile at how kind everyone was. When Desiree reached her house, Hina seemed to wake up from her nap and looked down at the figure pretending to be asleep in her master's arms. But since she did not feel any malice, she did not pay too much attention to it and snuggled back into Desiree's hair. Desiree walked into her home to see Nina cleaning up. Nina, can you help me draw a bath for this little one? Sure. Nina smiled and quickly ran off to do as she was asked. It was very rare for Desiree to request anything, so Nina, the self-appointed maid of the house, was very happy at this moment. Lily, you can stop pretending now. Desiree had known Lily was faking being asleep, but she did not say anything since she also knew Lily was very nervous as well. Lily, who was caught in the act, blushed and slowly lifted her head. It's fine. You will get used to things here soon. Nina will be helping you with the bath since I can't touch the water. I will first use cleanse on you before you get in, and then you can take a nice soak and have Nina wash your hair, okay? Desiree spoke softly. Nina, who had just come to tell Desiree that the water was ready, almost squealed when she saw Desiree coaxing the child in her arms. Her boss was too damn cute. Boss? Ah, Nina, this is Lily. I hope you can help her wash up. Desiree explained as she tried to introduce Lily. But Lily seemed to be too shy since she quickly hid in Desiree's chest, as if she was trying to hide from the world. Of course, Nia. Nina was more than happy to help. Desiree brought Lily to the bathroom, but she had to stay away from the tub, or else her aura would freeze the water inside. She set Lily down, stripped her, and used cleanse on her to clean all the dirt off the young girl's body. With Nina's help, Lily was put into the bath, where she was then able to soak and have her hair washed. Lily, from now on, you will live here with me, Hina, and Nina, okay? Hina. Lily was a bit confused. She did not see anyone named Hina. She watched as Desiree reached up towards her head and pulled out a small figure who was snoozing away in surprise. She had never seen such a little person before. This is Hina. She is always asleep, but she does wake up from time to time, Desiree explained as she placed Hina back on her head. The fairy, sensing something off, quickly slipped back into Desiree's hair and disappeared. If you need anything, and I am not around, you can just ask Nina. She is normally home. Lily was not used to Nina, but she could tell Nina was a kind person. Plus, she had this urge to pat that tails that was swishing back and forth. She found it strange, though. She heard from many of her own kind that demi-humans were monsters who would kill humans on sight, but here she felt that everyone here was very kind. She grew up as a street rat, so she was very sensitive to people's emotions, and she knew for certain that these people would not harm her. After a hot bath, Lily was dressed in a new set of clothes more suitable for children. Desiree picked her up and carried her in her arms. Lily, how about taking on my last name and becoming my daughter? Lily, who was snuggled into Desiree's embrace, was stunned at this time. She looked up at the dragon girl with mixed emotions before nodding her head. She liked the sound of having a mother. She smiled brightly and hugged Desiree's neck as she said, Mama. On this day, Lily Harris became Desiree's daughter. So she will be Princess Lily from now on. Nina clapped happily. Juna, who was also there, also gave her congrats. Since Boss has taken in a daughter, we need to celebrate. I will get a party ready for tomorrow. Since it was already late, Juna knew it would not be good to host a party tonight, so she would plan it for tomorrow. She hurried out of the house without letting Desiree say yes or no, with only the thought of making it a grand occasion. Desiree saw her retreating figure and helplessly chuckled. Looks like tomorrow will be much more lively. Mama, what is a celebration? Lily had heard the word before but did not know what it meant. It is when everyone spends time together, having fun, eating food, and doing other activities. This time, we will be celebrating you, so make sure you have lots of fun, okay? Desiree replied while smiling softly at the little girl in her arms. Lily was small for her age. After cleaning up, she looked no more than 7 years old, but in fact was 11. She grew up on the streets, so she did not know much. She knew how to steal things and run away, and that was it. She was barely surviving on her own. But now, as she gazed up at the warm smile on her new mother's face, she couldn't help but start to tear up. She had what she wanted the most in the world. A family. Desiree was stunned when Lily began crying suddenly, but when Lily hugged her neck and squeezed tightly, not wanting to let go, she knew Lily was just letting out all her pent-up emotions. Desiree wondered what would have happened to her if her father had never come to pick her up. Would she have ended up on the streets? Would she have been sent to a foster home? Would she have ended up in a situation much worse than she could ever imagine? Desiree put those thoughts behind her and carried Lily to bed. Lily snuggled up to Desiree as she fell asleep. Desiree could only watch over her warmly. She did not know why she felt so close to this little girl, but she was sure she did not make the wrong decision taking her as her daughter. When the first light of the next day shined down into the windows of her bedroom, Desiree slowly opened her eyes to see another set of eyes staring back at her. "Morning, Lily." Lily's cute little face blossomed with a smile as she hugged Desiree happily. "Good morning, Mama." "Boss, can I come in?" A knock came at the door. Nina had been standing by, waiting for any noise to be heard inside. As Desiree's head maid, she had to be sure to make sure her boss was well taken care of. The sheets froze again. Desiree frowned. She still wanted to sleep in a bed, but every time she did, the mattress and the blankets would all freeze. Half the room froze under her aura. "Mama, why not make a bed of ice?" Lily asked. She was not affected by the cold at all. "Can you withstand it?" Desiree was not sure she could make a soft bed made of ice, but she had yet to try. No matter what element it is, it will not affect me," Lily replied. "All right then. Nina, have the furniture in the room removed. I will remake it all with ice magic later." Desiree felt this was a good idea. While she would not change the rest of the house, the bedroom will be her own little ice domain. Nina wore a jacket and gloves as she brought over clothes for Lily to wear. "Princess, raise your hands over your head." Desiree was quite amused. Nina was really treating Lily as a princess. Not that she minded. In fact, she was very glad no one was treating Lily differently, even though she was a human. But she did know one thing, and that was that she had to protect Lily at all costs. The fact that no element worked on her was something many would covet. Thinking about this, Desiree said, "Lily, from now on, do not tell people that you are immune to all elements. Just say you have high ice resistance." When Desiree understood so far about Lily's skill, was that while it was called magic warding, it did not actually nullify magic itself, but only nullified the effects it would have on her body. Hence, if she were to sleep on a bed made of ice, it would not make the ice bed disappear. It would only keep the bed from freezing her. "Okay," Lily quickly agreed. Desiree smiled before looking at Nina. Nina knew what Desiree meant without her saying anything. "Don't worry, boss. I will also inform those closest to us, and will be sure that they assign more people on guard duty from now on." Desiree had to admit, Nina was a good maid. "Thanks." Serenity Village was filled with a festive atmosphere. There were many colorful flags up, and flowers were strewn across the entire village. A large bonfire was set ablaze in the village center, along with many smaller fires that were grilling food of all kinds. The star of the day was held in Desiree's arms as she slowly walked into the city center. Word had already spread that Lily was now the new princess of the village. She still had sunken cheeks, but her big bright eyes that looked around at the colorful decorations told everyone that when she fully recovered, she would be a beautiful little girl. "It's amazing that the little girl boss picked up has ice resistance," one of the humans said with a bright smile. "Boss also seems very happy and protective of our new princess." "She will be spoiled rotten by us all, that is for sure," a Toblin replied. "Who cares? She is boss's daughter, so she deserves it." Everyone was chatting happily as they watched Lily get placed on the ground so she could check everything out. People kept giving her little trinkets to the point that her arms were so full she did not know what to do. Desiree laughed and created a small ice basket that had wheels so she could pull it around. Just the sheer amount of attention Lily was getting was overwhelming, but at the same time, she couldn't hold back her smile. She did not care so much for the gifts, but she would be sure to treasure them no matter what. And even in the future, Lily would still have these gifts that she received this day. But the thing that made her smile the most was that she was being so welcomed by so many races. After filling her basket up, Lily made her way back to her new mama. "Mama, look!" You made out." Desiree smiled as she rubbed Lily's head. She did not know where these motherly tendencies were coming from, but when she looked at Lily, she just wanted to protect her from the world. As the party got underway, Ontera raised his cup and a fork and clinked it a few times. "Attention, please," he yelled out, causing everyone to quiet down. "Today is a day of celebration for our new princess. Princess Lily. Here! Here!" A dwarf yelled out, "Today is a special day that shall be celebrated once a year to honor the day our boss gained a new family member. Let us all watch over our new princess and never let any harm come to her." Untera finished his speech, which was followed by cheers. Desiree shook her head helplessly while stroking the top of Lily's head. Lily was busy snacking on a meat skewer, not really paying attention to what was being said. The only thing she knew at this moment was that Desiree really loved her. The feeling she got from Desiree was something she had longed for so long. The celebration was not just food and drinking, but even a play was being held. Juno was up on stage with a few others from the village, trying to act out a play that they only had a night to practice for. "I will huff, and I will puff, and I will blow your house in. Not by the pairs of my chinny chin chin." Ontera was up on stage as well. But he kept getting his lines wrong. And Juna, being Juna, could not let it slide. "What the hell is a pear?" "Ontera, how do you keep messing up your P's and H's?" "It's hairs." "Hairs." "I said pears." Ontera yelled back. The play ended up turning into a comedy skit of a couple's quarrel, which amused those watching. Even Lily found it very funny. Desiree kept wondering to herself when they would finally tie the knot. She had a small smile on her face as she watched the show. Lily sat in her lap, snuggled up into her embrace. The new mother and daughter looked as if they had been mother and daughter for many years. The comfortable, warm feeling they gave off warmed the hearts of everyone who saw. As the celebration came to a close, Lily was already fast asleep. Ontera and Juna walked over and spoke in low voices. "Boss, when will we check out the new dungeon?" "In a few days." "Let me get used to this place first. I will then let Nina watch over her while we check out the new dungeon, but when I get back, I will be taking her to the lower level dungeons to help her level up." Desiree's main concern was someone discovering her magic nullification. If it was discovered, or if someone wanted to kidnap her for other reasons, as long as Lily's level was high enough, she would be able to protect herself when needed. "I can assign someone to teach her how to use the sword." "What, you think?" Ontera asked. "This is a good idea. But they need to be female. And they have to take into account that Lily is not fully recovered yet, so do not push her too hard." High Elves 2 weeks later, Desiree, Ontera, and Juno were walking through the ruins of part of New York. She did not know which part it was since so much had changed, but she was sure it was definitely close to where she used to live. "Ontera, where is the dungeon you are taking us to?" "From the location marked on the map, that building that is sticking up over there has the dungeon entrance," Ontera replied. Desiree looked off into the distance, and sure enough, there was a building sticking up past a few trees. It was only half of what it used to be, but it was still a large building. "Let's get going." It will still take us a while to reach there. We need to be careful. There are elites outside the dungeon, Oinktera suddenly said. If I am not wrong, this might be a raid. A raid? Desiree wrinkled her brow. She was not unfamiliar with this term, but she did not know what it meant in the other world. A raid is a massive dungeon with multiple bosses and floors. I have heard that the biggest raid in my old world was 1,000 floors deep and has never been cleared. And so do the bosses. Sometimes you have to defeat a boss before entering the dungeon, Oinktera explained. So, the outside is like a world raid zone? Desiree asked. Yes, you can put it like that. However, the boss outside is normally stronger than the mid-boss of the raid dungeon. No matter what, we should not let our guards down. Oinktera was worried that they might end up running into something they could not defeat easily. Little piggy, you look down on Master. Ina stretched her little arms and spoke in annoyance. She hated when people looked down on Desiree, especially since she was here too. Ina, Oinktera is right. Even if I am strong, I might be able to protect myself, but what about them? We are a team. We go in together, we come out together, alive. Desiree had this one rule. No one was allowed to be left behind, okay? Ina pursed her lips and then dived back into Desiree's hair. They continued forward for about half an hour before Desiree suddenly raised her hand for everyone to stop. As they did, 2 arrows landed in the ground right in front of Desiree. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the tree line ahead. Show yourself. What is the point of hiding? Or do I need to turn this entire area into an ice field? Humph. Don't talk big just because you are a dragon whelp. A voice replied with a snort. 10 tall men wearing green leather clothing walked out of the tree line. Each one had long blonde hair and long pointy ears. High elves. Oinktera frowned. He really disliked high elves, especially ones who badmouthed his boss. Unable to suppress his anger, he shouted back, "You talk big for a long-eared human." Oinktera. Desiree glared at him, causing Oinktera to shrink back. We do not discriminate. There are humans in our own team. If you say that you are looking down on them, there is always the good and bad in any race. So keep that in mind when you speak. Sorry, boss. Oinktera turned and bowed his head to the humans. Sorry, I was just angry. It's fine. We understand. The female human blushed when she saw Oinktera's handsome face. But she quickly looked away when she felt an ice-cold gaze fall on her. She had forgotten Juna was there. Desiree chuckled in her heart, seeing Juna becoming jealous all of a sudden. But she had no time to tease them, so she turned her attention back to the elves in front of her. You should learn to watch your tongue. Desiree would not let elves off either, just because she said something to Oinktera about them. You should not think too highly of yourselves when you are in my world. This is no longer the world you came from. Your world? The elf in the lead frowned slightly. Yes, my world. This world is not where you came from. Why else do you think the terrain is different? And the ruins here are nothing like you have ever seen before. You are now in my backyard, not your elven territory. So be more respectful. Desiree was not being humble in the slightest. Ha! A dragon whelp is still a dramuff. The elf, who decided to continue to be rude, suddenly found his mouth covered in ice. He did not even see a magic circle. The girl in front of him only glanced at him, and his mouth was sealed in ice. "What are you doing? Remove the ice spell this instant." All of the elves raised their bows and pointed them at Desiree and the rest. Juna sneered and glanced at Desiree's hand. When she saw her flick her finger, Juna grinned and waved her hand. Roots shot out of the ground and wrapped around the 10 elves who were standing there, restraining them from being able to move. "What are you doing? Let us go. If you harm me, my royal father will never let you off." The elf who had fancier armor than the rest suddenly yelled out, but sadly for him, all he got in return was Juna's laugh. "Ha ha ha! Your royal father? Little elf, let me tell you that your royal father will not be able to save you anytime soon." 10 high elves were restrained with roots, kneeling on the ground. Each one of them was glaring at Desiree and her group. "Let us go. If not, I will have my father wipe you and your entire clan off the face of the planet." Oingtera, every time they say something rude, hit them. Desiree waved her hand, created a chair of ice, and sat down. She decided it was time to teach these young high elves some manners. "Yes, boss." Oingtera cracked his knuckles and walked forward. The one who had just threatened Desiree's eyes showed a look of panic as Oingtera walked over to him. "What? What are you doing? Don't you know who?" "Ah!" A sharp pain could be felt on his right cheek. The so-called prince of the high elves was actually punched in the face for the first time in his life. He even squealed like a pig. He looked at Oingtera with anger and humiliation in his eyes. "You dare to hit me?" Oingtera was not holding back either. He was going all out to make sure he hit the prince as hard as he could without killing him or knocking him out. Since Desiree did not say to kill them, he could not kill. An hour later, each one of the high elves had swollen faces and very obedient looks in their eyes. "We are sorry." "That is much better." Desiree smiled as she crossed her legs and folded her hands over her knees. "Now, I will say it again. You are in my world. This means you are in my territory. So if you go mouthing off, like you did before, you will end up dead, because there is no one in this world who cares about some elven king. Let today be a hard lesson to you. Now I can give you 2 choices. 1, you can go free and continue to roam around aimlessly, and maybe piss off the wrong person who will not beat you up but kill you instead." The high elf prince's eyes showed a bit of confusion. "What do you mean by until the worlds merge?" "Your world and my world are the same, except they took 2 different paths. Originally, they were one but split. But now they are merging back together. Believe it or not, I used to be a human girl. Those ruins over there used to be buildings that stood high in the sky. I went to school. I had friends and dreamt about my future. But now here I am, a dragon girl. All it took was killing a single goblin. My world was destroyed in the end and changed into what you see today. Dungeons, other races, floating islands. All of this never existed until just a short time ago." Desiree let out a sigh. Because of all of this, she also lost contact with her family. The elven prince lowered his head. He did not know what to think of this situation. He looked at the group behind Desiree and saw that they were truly a mix of all races. Even humans were mixed in. He looked at his 10 comrades, who were all noble children who lived pampered lives and knew what the right decision was to make. I will take you up on your offer and live as a commoner. Wise choice, but let me tell you now, each of you will have an ice needle planted into your heart. It is something you cannot get rid of easily. I do not want you to go to my village and try to act arrogantly. Not only will you be beaten, but depending on what you did, you might die. Desiree let out a burst of cold air that swept over the group of high elves, making them all shiver. That is fine. Surprisingly, the prince nodded his head in agreement. I do hope I can gain your trust later on. But I do promise that I will keep my men in line, and that they will not cause trouble. I know we started off on the wrong foot. I'm at fault for this. I let my arrogance go to my head. Living like a commoner may also help me for when I become king. The prince readily agreed for a few reasons. First, it was his best chance for survival. While he could live off the land, it would only last a short while before they all ended up dying, since none of them had many skills in crafting. Second, he fell in love with Juna at first sight. He knew she was from another race, but what man could let go of such a beauty? He hoped to try to woo her as the people began to accept him. Third, he wanted to learn more about Desiree and her world. He also thought she was beautiful, but she scared him to death. Juna also scared him, but she took orders from Desiree, which meant the dragon was the strongest one out of all of them. It's good you think this way. Desiree waved her hand and made 10 hair-thin needles of ice, and pierced into the high elves' bodies. They did not feel any pain whatsoever, but these ice needles could be used as a catalyst for Desiree to freeze the hearts of these 10 elves at any time. Now that that is settled, let's get some names. Desiree finally stood up and got herself ready to go. My name is Fell. I am Fell Greensworth. Fell then went on to introduce his companions as well. Then Fell, I hope you can adjust to life in the village. But, before we go, my original plan was to check out the dungeon here. Desiree did not plan to put aside her plans just because she had some new additions. We just checked, and the dungeon here is level 30-ish elites outside. There also seems to be some kind of boss, Fell announced. Oh? Seems like fun. Let's check out what this place has to offer. Desiree was not deterred in the slightest. She was very curious as to what she would be running into now. But Fell, on the other hand, was not very excited at all. He was the highest level out of his companions, and was only level 15. Just shut up and follow boss. All of us are only in our lower level 20s, while boss is level 28. She has soloed many bosses of a higher level than her. Do not worry. We just need to follow her command. Ointera did not like people looking down on his boss. Okay. Fell gritted his teeth. He could tell these people all had absolute faith in this dragon girl. Since they believed in her, he had no choice but to follow. They quickly arrived at a parking lot that seemed to have survived quite well since the change. It was still covered in some overgrowth, but not as much as other places. Even the cars here were only jostled a little. In the parking lot, Desiree raised an eyebrow when she saw humanoid robots walking back and forth. Some had swords, and others had guns of some sort in their hands. She motioned for everyone to crouch down behind a car before turning to Ointera and Juna. Ointera and Juna will protect the group, while I test the waters. If I can defeat them easily, then Ointera will go in next, then Juna. Just be careful, and keep your eyes open. Understood. Ointera and Juna both nodded. They were not scared in the slightest. All right, here I go. Desiree moved to the side of a car they were behind before quickly moving away from the group. She did not want to get them involved in any mishap. She did not know what kind of weapons these monsters used, so she did not want to risk anything. As she got closer, she noticed that these robots were not fully mechanical. They seemed to be a hybrid, a biomechanical life form. Appraisal. Elite Mutants 827 level, 30 HP, 12,376, 12,376 MP, 11,000. Desiree raised an eyebrow when she saw the monster's stats. Quite strong. She licked her lips and then waved her hand, sending out multiple ice spears all at once. The ice spears shot through the air and slammed into the monster, causing it to let out a pained roar. The monster quickly spotted Desiree and ran towards her. The good thing about monsters in the real world, different from those in games, was once you cut off their heads, they were dead no matter how much health they had. So, as soon as the monster was in range, Desiree formed a massive broadsword made of ice and swung it down, slicing the monster in two from the tip of its head to its crotch. Its body took a few more steps before splitting apart and spraying green blood all over the place. Desiree quickly waved her hand and created an ice shield to block the blood shower. You defeated Elite Mutant 827 experience points gained. Desiree looked at the ground to see that it did drop an item. She bent down to pick it up, and her eyes suddenly glowed with a bit of excitement. A circuit board. It even looks like a motherboard to a computer. If these monsters really drop computer parts, it might become something quite insane. We need to capture this dungeon. Desiree decided then and there that their village would expand towards this dungeon. Even if she had to fight a war to get this place, she would still do it. Luckily, she thought of a way to keep the high elves in line. She could keep them from speaking of this. The only issue was the dwarves. While they were good people, she did not know how loyal they were to her just yet. At any rate, I need to tell Juna and Ointera. She knew she could trust Juna and her group, as well as Ointera and his people. She just hoped this was the same for the others. Desiree quickly returned and pulled Ointera and Juna aside. Boss, what's up? Ointera, Juna, I need the both of you to take all the loot, no matter who kills the boss. These things drop something we will need to build our village to a higher level. Also, when we return, make preparations to expand our village to this dungeon. We need to secure it while we still have a chance, Desiree explained as she pulled out the item she picked up. This is basically something in my world that helped humans without magic to advance quickly. This is a computer chip, or more like this, is a larger form called a motherboard. It can be used to make computers. We can hopefully get more drops like this that are different parts to make a computer that even my world has never seen. Desiree was very happy at this moment. Not only had she gotten multiple drops to build almost 5 PCs, but she also got a box with a cube drive that had a special kind of operating system on it called Astral OS. She couldn't wait to try to hook it up. The only issue was that she did not have a monitor, if it even ran on a monitor. Boss, that word boss looks quite strong. Ointera pursed his lips as he looked at the massive biomechanical monster in front of him that looked like a mech with muscles. Desiree came out of her little fantasy world and finally took a hard look at the boss in front of her. World boss, mutant sea level, 40 HP, 100,000 MP, 100,000 gay. Desiree's expression was not good. The damn boss's health was 10 times as much as her own. Boss, should we turn back? Juna was a little nervous when she saw the boss's health. No, we will fight it. It is only level 40, so while it has a lot of health, it should still be possible to kill. It will just take a while. We will go with a normal plan. Fel, you and your men will attack from afar. Be sure to watch the ground at all times. Do not get caught up in any red glowing spots. I will not be able to protect you. Desiree knew this was a risk, but she did not plan to let this place go, just because of some boss with high health. If she ran away when the odds did not look good all the time, she would not be able to continue dungeon diving. Luckily, she gained a few levels while farming the elite mobs for item drops. Name: Desiree Harris. Race: Ice Dragon Goddess. Current realm: Mortal Age. 18 level, 31 monster rank. Realm Advanced Requirements: reach level 50, kill 1,000 enemies, raise your affinity with ice to 70%, create a domain with 10,000 followers. Evolution requirements: reach level 100, kill 2 demigods, complete 3 level 100 dungeons. Solo HP: 10,342, 10,342 MP, 8,767, 8,000. Ice: 20, 767. Elemental of Ice: immunity. Air. Appraisal. G2. First aid. First aid. R2. Toughened skin. AL2. O ice bark. L1. Pool. Ugal brink. L1. Und D. Oil. Healing Snow. Eveling 5 Transformation. AL Max O Full Transformation. LVL Max Ice Manipulation. AL5. O Summon Ice Elemental. BL5. Water 1 Reduction. BAL3. Layer 1. Mother. Person of Goddess Skills. Frozen Step. Ophiel Max, Absoluted 0, Proficiency in Crafting, Oriel 3, Armor Crafting, OVL 3, Hunting, OVL 3, Teeth. As she looked at the huge boss in front of her, I finally got enough room. She had only tested it out once since she became human, but she was sure her dragon form would be very handy in this situation. Everyone, back up. Terra knew what was going to happen and quickly had everyone retreat. Seconds later, a massive blue-scaled dragon appeared towering over the boss, who only came up to its chest. Fel and the other high elves all began to sweat and thanked the heavens that they had made the right choice. Fel actually wondered what the hell he was thinking calling Desiree a dragon. Well, she was not a whelp at all, but a full-blown dragon. Now then. Desiree raised her front foot and slammed it down on the boss, who finally reacted to her presence. The boss saw the attack and let out a roar of anger as it raised its arms to try to block the attack, but sadly the difference in weight made the boss sink into the ground. Its own strength barely held on as Desiree pushed as hard as she could. Seeing as she could not push it into the ground any further, her body suddenly shrank, causing the boss to lose balance and fall backward, while at the same time, Desiree came flying down from the sky with a massive ice sword in her hand, stabbing it down at the boss's midsection. She planned to bisect it at the waist. Boom! Nina's sword crashed into what seemed like a barrier, causing the ice to shatter. Desiree pursed her lips as she did a backflip through the air and flapped her wings as she gracefully landed on the ground about 50 feet away from the boss. She took a second to check the boss's health and was very happy with what she saw. World Boss, Mutant Z level, 40 HP, 84,000. 560, 100,000 NP, 90,000. Looks like it is weaker than I thought. Everyone attack! Desiree yelled out. Terra did not hesitate to rush forward. Juna waved her hands and shot many roots out from the ground to wrap the boss up in as Oinktera's fist landed on its head. A pained roar filled the air as attack after attack rained down onto it. Even the humans were casting fireballs and ice spears at it. Desiree watched as the boss struggled under Juna's roots and was quite amazed at how strong they were. She did not step in at all and instead decided to let everyone else take care of it. "Boss, it's dead," Oinktera yelled out as he turned around to see his boss lying in an ice lawn chair with her eyes closed, sleeping. Idiot. Boss is taking a nap. Why are you making so much noise?" Juna kicked Oinktera in the shin before walking over, stopping a few feet from Desiree and squatting down. She could stare at her boss's cute sleeping face all day. "Juna, why did you kick me?" Oinktera felt abused. His wifey beat him. Of course, he could not say this out loud, or else Juna would beat him more. Although they were an official couple, Juna still wore the pants in the family. He could only submit to her. "So what if I kick you? At least I didn't kick the part that matters, right?" Juna said with a snort before pulling Oinktera down to sit next to her. "Now shut up and watch Boss as she sleeps. It's peaceful." "Oh, okay." Oinktera was very obedient. He could also gaze at his boss all day. Juna's and Oinktera's feelings for their boss were borderline fanatical. They worshipped the ground she walked on. Fel looked at the two sitting next to each other and frowned. He had wanted to get to know Juna, but the damn man was always next to her. What pissed him off the most was that they were always flirting. On top of that, the man was better looking than him. And even stronger. Fel walked over to one of the humans and asked, "What is the relationship between those two?" "Juna and Oinktera. They are basically an old married couple. Inseparable, and both love Boss much more than anyone else in Serenity," the human man replied honestly. It was no secret after all, so there was no harm in telling the elves. Fel's expression fell. He now realized he was going to have a hard time chasing Juna. Seeing the jealous look in Fel's eyes, the human shook his head and said, "Just a warning, don't try to get in between those two. Not only will Juna crush you with her roots, but Oinktera will beat your head into mush. And if they do not do it, Boss will turn you into an ice statue. Those two are a couple meant to be. While Juna is a little violent, she loves Oinktera a lot, and Oinktera loves her a lot. They are both extremely jealous as well. Once, a girl tried to talk to Oinktera and trick him into following her to her home. Juna found out about it and beat the girl up so badly that she took 3 days to heal, even with healing spells. It wasn't pretty. Fel's expression fell. His mind began to waver. He did not want to end up like that girl. Sensing the change, the man decided to give it one more push. There was also a time when a guy looked at Juna the wrong way, and Boss had to stop Oinktera from smashing the guy's head open. He could easily smash your head open and make it go splat all over the place. Let's just say the man had to change his pants that day. Fel finally decided to erase all thoughts of chasing Juna. One was more violent than the other. He would not be able to survive no matter what. Then he thought of how close the two seemed to be to Desiree, and he knew his heart would burst for having such thoughts. He patted the human man on the shoulder and gave his thanks. "Thank you. You just saved my life." The man chuckled inside. "No problem." The man couldn't believe his fibs worked. He would have to tell Oinktera later, and get the bastard to give him some reward. However, he was not lying about one thing. The two were inseparable, and they were both very jealous, so what he said might just happen if someone did try to step in, but no one in the village was dumb enough to get in between the cute couple. It would ruin their entertainment. Watching Ointera and Juna picking on each other every day was something they really enjoyed. Desiree slowly opened her eyes to see multiple sets of eyes staring at her, causing her to blush. "Why didn't you wake me if you killed the boss?" Desiree pouted. They all just stood there and watched her sleep. "How embarrassing." "Boss, did you know you were very cute when you were sleeping?" Juna asked teasingly. "Juna!" Desiree wanted to pinch those cheeks so they could not grin at her like that. "Eh." "Boss is mad." "Run." Juna jumped up and ran away. Of course, she did not forget to grab Ointera's hand and pull him along. She had to use someone as a shield, right? Desiree let out a long sigh. She ignored Juna, walked over, and looked at the massive pile of stuff. She even got 2 levels from the boss as well. Name: Desiree Harris Race, Ice Dragon Goddess, current realm, mortal age, 18 level, 33 monster rank, E-realm advanced requirements, reach level 50, kill 1000 enemies, raise your affinity with ice to 70%, create a domain with 10,000 followers, evolution requirements, reach level 100, kill 2 demigods, complete 3 level 100 dungeons, solo HP, 15,278, 15,278, 15,287 yen, 987, elemental affinity, ice, 20%, skill points, 32 skills. Just 5. Yes, sir, Max. Apressal, Tio, I Maxers, Tufe, TL2, Tufel2, Pum, ES Park, Fin LOL, Con, Clients, AL1, drink, the, 1, drink, Vel1, dick, L1. 1. Edit action. Uyavel. 1. A feeling snow. Eval 5. Partial transformation. Belvale. Max UEE. Full transformation. Belvale Max Ice manipulation. Ice L5. Iceman Ice. Helm Shh. Regeneration. AVL 3. Goddess skills. E frozen step. Absolute 0. Alvelo 1 professions. Ada weapon crafting. VL32 armor crafting, LL3 hunting, way hunting, vig. First blood after running for a while, Juna returned and asked, "Boss, are we still going into the dungeon?" "No. We cannot go in just yet. While I want to run in right away and start leveling up, we first need to secure the whole area. I need to speak to Regal and ask if his people can quickly extend the walls surrounding Serenity to this area. I do not know when the next merger will happen." Desiree was worried that this place would end up in someone else's hands if she did not move fast. This place was very important. She needed to make sure that no one would be able to snatch it from her. "Will we come back after?" Ointera felt a little reluctant to leave. He wanted to level up more. "Yes, but only after we got things in order. So for now, let's head out." With that, Desiree and the rest quickly made their way back to the village to see that they seemed to have gained quite a few more people. "What's going on?" Desiree stopped a human female who was going about their day. "Ah, boss. Sorry, I was not paying attention. Just 2 days ago, a group of this world's humans appeared and begged for help. Many were wounded. We healed them and gave them a place to stay. Nina and Regal spoke to them and passed down the rules. They are all adapting well. However, I'm not sure how they got hurt. You will need to talk to Regal and Nina, the human female replied. All right, thanks for letting me know. Desiree smiled, causing the human female to blush. The human female wondered if her boss knew that her smile was enough to make any girl want to pounce on her. Desiree went to her house first since she had promised Lily that she would see her first when she returned. When the little girl saw Deza walk through the door, she dropped what she was doing, charged over, and jumped on her mama. Mama. Lily, you will kill your mama with your cuteness. Desiree really loved Lily. The little girl was like a bright light in the gloomy world. Just seeing her little smile made Desiree smile. Lily giggled as she hung from Desiree's neck. Desiree scooped her up, held her in her arms, and looked around. Where is Nina? She went to go get something. She will be back soon, Lily replied. Not even 2 minutes passed when Nina returned. Lily, I got the materials we can make. Boss! Nina, I am back a little sooner than expected. Desiree then asked Nina what was going on with the new humans. It turned out that these humans were actually attacked by the otherworld humans. They had started a settlement of their own not far from here, only a few miles away. When the otherworld humans saw their small camp, they raided it, killing quite a few people and kidnapping many of the women. Those who escaped were forced to scatter. Those who did were already injured from helping the others escape. The group consisted of mainly women and children with 10 men, 5 of whom were seriously injured. So those bastards really raided other humans. To think they came here acting all high and mighty, saying they were trying to rescue their own people. Desiree furrowed her brow. We cannot let these people sit close to the village. Nina, take me to the leader of this new group of humans. I need to find out where their camp lies. We need to see if those humans moved on, or if they stuck around. If they stuck around, we will kill them all. Understood. Nina could see that her boss was very pissed off. Nina led Desiree to the house that had been set up for temporary housing until new houses were built. The leader was a middle-aged man who now had a missing eye. He even had to use a cane to walk. You are Jose? Desiree asked. Yes. You are the leader of this village? Jose asked. He was not sure who he was speaking to. Yes, my name is Desiree. Believe it or not, before the merger started, I was a human like you. Although I was just a 14-year-old girl, Desiree explained. So you are the one called Boss. Jose suddenly bowed his head. Thank you for taking us in. I am building a place for all races to live in peace. There is no need to thank me. I have heard what happened, but can you tell me again? Desiree wanted to make sure she got all the information. Jose repeated everything that had happened. Desiree listened carefully and could only grit her teeth. The otherworld humans were really ruthless. They treated their own kind in such a way. How did they treat the other races? Can any of you show me the way to where your camp was? I can. A young man around 15 years of age raised his hand. Jamal. Jose looked a little reluctant. Jose, I know it's dangerous, but my mother was taken by those bastards, and they killed my father. I cannot let this go. Jamal's eyes were turning red, but he held back his tears. Don't worry. If we can find them, I will make sure they all die." A cold chill filled the room, making everyone shiver. Desiree, the human boy Jamal, Oinktera, and Juna all left Serenity. Desiree did not need to bring any more people with her. Since she knew just she and Juna alone could deal with things, she had Oinktera along to help protect Jamal. "Boss, will you be okay?" Juna asked. She knew Desiree was once human as well. I have been killing monsters left and right for a while now. Killing a human such as this is no different than killing these monsters. Blood is blood. Jamal needs closure as well. I will make these otherworld humans suffer for what they have done. It is that simple. Desiree's human morals had long disappeared. She was no longer human and knew the world was no longer the same. She was no longer scared of taking a human life. In fact, she welcomed it so she could get it over with. She would not go out hunting humans, of course. But what these humans did went against what she had always been taught from young. Her father had taught her that one must try to help others in need, not kidnap, murder, and steal. Since he truly was her hero. Whether or not her father would reprimand her for her actions today or not is another story. But she did know that she would do what she could to help those around her. This was another reason she decided to start Serenity. Night soon fell, and Desiree had Oinktera start a fire. Jamal sat in front of the flames, seemingly lost in thought. Desiree walked over and sat a little ways away and asked, "Jamal? We should be there by noon tomorrow. This area is one of our hunting areas. We knew about your village a while ago, but since we did not know if you were hostile or not, we decided to stay away. We moved camp quite a few times, so you may not have noticed us," Jamal replied. "Most of the locations we go to are in the opposite direction, so we might not have ever seen your camp until we ventured out more, but you and your people are brave. Most humans are probably still hiding out." Desiree had to hand it to this group of humans since they were doing their best to survive. They even made an actual camp and settled down. We had no choice. We were with a bigger group at one point, but the people leading were. They took the young girls, and they were never seen again. Luckily, those bastards were dead drunk at the time, or else we would not have been able to flee. When we found a settlement close by here, we decided to stay as close as possible without being seen. Mainly because we felt that if we were close by, we could get some form of deterrent from others and monsters. I know it is a bit sneaky, but it seemed to work. Jamal rubbed his nose. It seemed he was proud of how his people had been able to figure these things out. That is smart. Desiree had never thought of such an option. But now your people can be safe. Stay in Serenity Village, help out, and work as a community, and build a new home with us. Thank you. Jamal felt relieved that his people had met such kind people who were willing to let them take refuge. No need to thank me. Wait until we get revenge for your people. If we can, we will rescue the women as well. As long as they want to stay living. Desiree did not even want to mention what might be happening to them. Some of the girls might already be dead, or wish they were dead. Okay. Jamal nodded and stared at the flames dancing about in front of him. But his vision was soon blocked by a stick of roasted meat. Eat. Little ones should always eat more when young to grow up nice and strong. This way, you can repay Boss's kindness by helping her protect the village. Juna, of course, was all about her boss. She liked how Juna and Oinktera were able to converse with everyone with ease. They really brought the best out of people. However, she did wonder why their conversations always steered towards what seemed like some kind of cult recruitment. Yes, so make sure you always think of Boss. If you want, you can even pray to her at night, Ointera added in. At this point, Desiree decided to just ignore everything that was happening. If she pretended not to hear it, it was never said, out of sight and out of mind. She laid back and looked up at the sky. She felt the stars high above were truly beautiful. They were no different from before, but they were much more vivid, and she could even see the entirety of the Milky Way. She wondered if one day she would grow strong enough to fly through the stars and see if there were actually aliens out there. She did not seem to think about the fact that they were being merged with another version of her own planet. If this was possible, then aliens probably 100% existed. Ha ha. The sounds of laughter filled the air, along with the cries of those asking to be let free. General, it is good that we have found this place, but don't you think we are still too close to that village? A soldier asked as he sat down next to General Alex. Don't worry about that. I highly doubt those dregs will ever even know we are here. You saw it yourself. There were Toblins in that village. How strong could they actually be? General Alex was only saying this to save face. In fact, he understood that at least 2 of them were very powerful. Understood. The soldier still felt worried, but since his general said so, he would just go with it. Little did the 200 or so troops know, behind them, in a bush not far away, Desiree sat with Juna sitting next to her. They had Ointera and Jamal wait further away so Jamal would not be caught up in any fighting. Do these stupid idiots think we are weak? Boss, can I slaughter them all now? Juna was beyond angry. They called her boss weak. Someone who could solo bosses way above her own level they were calling weak. She reached out her hand and was about to spear the entire human army with roots when an ice-cold hand grabbed hold of her. Do not interfere. This time, I need to do this alone. Desiree had to take this chance to spill first blood, not only for those who had been victims of these men, but for herself as well. Juna pursed her lips and wanted to say something, but she kept quiet. Her hand was starting to numb from being held by her boss, so she could only nod her head. Desiree smiled and let go of Juna as she said, "Thank you for getting angry for me." Juna looked up at Desiree to see her boss's beautiful smile and quickly held her nose. If she did not, she was sure blood would squirt out. Her boss's beauty was too much to handle. Desiree rolled her eyes. She had seen not only Juna but Ointera and a few others do this when she smiled. She even overheard them talking about it and couldn't help but feel they were overreacting. Desiree got up and walked out of the bush. The men were all too busy doing their own thing to even notice the dragon girl who had suddenly appeared. Why does it feel cold all of a sudden? One of the soldiers asked as he shivered slightly. Cold? Another soldier asked in confusion, but as he lifted his head, he was met with a beautiful face, and his comrade who had just spoken's eyes were open wide in shock as blood dripped from his mouth. In his chest was a translucent blade that was dyed red and had blood dripping from it. The soldier quickly jumped back and pulled out his sword as he yelled out, "Attack! Enemy attack!" Desiree could have stopped him from alerting the others, but she did not. She was too busy looking at the now dead soldier in front of her, with a cold expression on her face. Nothing at all, even after she killed another human. It seems I was right. I would not be affected by killing humans. She was slightly relieved, but also felt slightly conflicted. It just made her realize even more that she was no longer her original self. Well, since my testing is done, I guess it is time to kill them all. You! General Alex had rushed over upon hearing the alert. The other soldiers also quickly went on guard and drew their weapons. What surprised General Alex the most was that while they were under attack, there was just one person. You actually dared to come alone. I tell you what, if you turn around now, I will forget this ever happened. Oh? Desiree choked. You killed humans from my world, kidnapped the women, raped them, and think you can just send me off with a "you will forget what happened." Do you really think you are in a position to say such things? Desiree looked at the women who were huddled in the corner, stripped of their clothes, and her anger rose even more. From the moment you did not listen to my orders before, you have already lost any right to try to negotiate with me. Especially when you think you have the upper hand. Desiree waved her hand, and before anyone could react, tens of bloody ice shards poked out of the chest of over 50 soldiers. They dropped dead on the spot. Desiree had ice manipulation, which meant she could create ice from the water particles in the air and any kind of water source. This meant the water inside the soldier's body was also up for grabs when using her spells. It was just that her ability to manipulate the blood in a person's body to create a spear of ice was not easy, so she could only do 50 soldiers at once. But this cut the 200-man army down by a quarter. General Alex became alarmed as he watched all the men around him fall to the ground. He knew that his men and himself were not going to live through this without a fight. What are you all standing around for? Kill her. Yes. Why are you standing around? Come kill me. Desiree shouted out mockingly. The soldiers who had planned to charge forward hesitated. Even if their general was ordering them to fight, they felt like even if they did go into attack, they would die. What? You are all big men who can attack defenseless people and rape women, but you can't stand up to a single dragon like me. Desiree's body suddenly began to grow right before the eyes of the human soldiers. The general, along with his soldiers, all froze in fear. An ice-blue dragon stared down at them with glowing blue eyes. Never in their lives would they have thought a dragon would be here. From what they learned from the humans of this world that they captured, this world never had any dragons, but now, Miss Dragon, it was my men who did it. I did not give the order. The general suddenly pushed the blame onto his men. Right now, all he cared about was saving his own life. He was not strong enough to face a dragon. He had only thought the girl was a half-breed, not a full-fledged dragon. Desiree snorted as she suddenly launched forward. Her mouth opened wide before snapping shut. Seconds later, she spat something out of her mouth and returned to her humanoid form. Nasty. Blood dripped from the side of her mouth as she spat a few more times. She had only done it on instinct, but she had actually bit someone's head off. And it tasted very bad. She looked over at the general's body as it swayed back and forth before falling to the ground. Then she looked at the soldiers that were left and suddenly got a good idea. I will not kill all of you. Desiree waved her hand, creating thin blades of ice. Enough for each soldier still left alive, but you will all become slaves and work for Serenity Village. I should kill you all, but what I lack right now is a workforce. If you do not want to die, you will follow my orders. Also, Desiree snapped her fingers, and 10 half-naked soldiers who were by the women suddenly had their chests explode as a spear appeared where their hearts should have been. This is what will happen if you do not follow my orders. Do you all understand? Desiree wanted to kill them all since blood for blood was her way of thinking. But since they could be used, she decided this was the best method. Turn them into people with no rights. Make them suffer more than those they harmed. This was another tactic that could be used. Whether she would put them out of their misery in the future will be up to those they had harmed. If she brought them back, and the humans who were harmed because of them decided to kill them, then so be it. She did not see herself as an angel. She was now a dragon, and she had people to look after. If they could quicken their pace in doing things, then why not use those who were to be condemned to death to atone for some of their sins? She did not like slavery, but this thought stopped when it came to people like this. All the soldiers in front of her knelt down. They had no choice. Since their general was dead, and they were now at risk of being killed for even a single ill thought, they could only submit even if it was humiliating to them. These men valued life over death, but only when it came to themselves. "Boss, are you sure about this? I can just stab them all to death now if you want. There are plenty of roots here." Juna still had some misgivings about all of this. Why not? I mean, think about it. Instead of having our people work hard every day, we can allow our people to go into dungeons and level, while they build the new walls that will lead to the dungeon and expand our village faster. Of course, this is only if the humans decide to let them live or not. Desiree's eyes landed on Jamal. What do you think? Can you kill one person for me? Jamal asked as he stared at a man with murderous eyes. He slowly lifted his hand and pointed at the man. He was the one who killed my father and took my mother away. What? I never did. The man's eyes went wide before an ice spear suddenly poked out of his chest. Desiree frowned slightly. We will have your people come out to take a look before we let the leftovers into the village to start working. Don't worry, we will not be inhumane. You will be given 2 meals a day, but it will only consist of bread and a baked potato along with water. Don't expect anything good. Bread and potatoes was something quick that could be eaten and were filling. It also had high carbs. It should be enough to keep them going through the day. Okay, we will now do a kill check. The women who are left alive will point out all the men who touched them one by one. Those men will die on the spot. No excuses. 50 people. Desiree could only shake her head. She had a bit of hope that not so many would end up dead, since it would cut down how many she could use as workers, but this was life. Hey, the rest of you all get inside. Juna created a jail made of roots reinforced with magic. It was also on a cart made of roots as well. Because they were all magically infused, the wheels on the cart moved by themselves. The reason she did this was to make sure that these soldiers understood that they were now prisoners. Desiree did not have any objection to this. After gathering the girls who had been kidnapped, she gave them a choice of life or death. Those who chose death, she would make it as painless as possible. For those who chose to keep living, she would create a women-only section in the village to help victims like them slowly get over the trauma. Luckily, she did not need to kill anyone. She was glad that although they went through a horrifying experience, that they were willing to stay alive. Whether they became pregnant or not was another story. They did not have any means of aborting a baby. So, if they do end up pregnant, Desiree offered to set up an orphanage for those who did not wish to keep their children. She loved kids, so she was happy to set up such a place to make sure they could grow up strong and full of love and care. She felt all children should have a chance at life. The sight of a large cart made of roots rolling into the village stunned everyone, especially when they saw the 100 or so soldiers all packed inside. Desiree paraded them right into the center of town before hopping up on top of the cart and looking at those gathering around. Desiree sat down with her legs crossed up underneath her and let out a small sigh. As you can see, I have brought back half of the soldiers who attacked Jose and his group of humans. These soldiers, no, these slaves will now work for our Serenity Village in order to make up for their sins. How long their sentences will be, I am not sure. Maybe not until the day they die. It all depends on the families who have been affected by their actions. Let me make this clear, I would normally not care to keep these bastards alive, but they can be of use to our village. What we lack now is manpower. These guys decided to commit a heinous crime, so they will need to suffer for those sins. All crimes come at a cost. Based on the crime you commit will depend if you will die or be allowed to work for your freedom. This incident has allowed me to understand that a state of law and rules that we all have to follow is a must. This is to ensure your safety and to ensure no crime, no matter how small, goes unpunished. Desiree and Juna had come up with a small list of rules and laws that must be followed. Juna made a root pop out of the ground under her feet that moved her over so she could hop onto the cart. She stood next to Desiree and unfurled a sheet of bark that had writing on it. We will now go over a set of rules. The rules and laws were simple. 1. All residents of working age, which was age 10 and over, were to help out around the village doing one job that allowed them to help progress the village. If you were under the age of 15, you only needed to work for 4 hours. Desiree wanted to make it so all kids could still be kids, but still have them help out in some minor jobs around the village. This could consist of cleaning the streets or helping pick vegetables. 2. Small crimes would require 1 to 2 weeks of hard labor, and you would get an ice needle placed in your heart to deter you from doing such things again. This was small things like stealing and other petty crimes. 3. Serious crimes such as murder or rape would result in 1 of 2 punishments, or both, either death or hard labor, or both. This depended on the needs of the village, as well as the victim and their families. Desiree was putting in an eye for an eye kind of punishment. If someone committed a crime, and it could be proven with proper evidence, the victims got to seek justice in the way they felt was right. 4. In defense of the village, all able bodies who were over the age of 15 would need to help defend. Women with younger children and the elderly would be evacuated to a safe location. These 4 rules and laws were being implemented to help the people of the village feel a bit more secure. A new courthouse would be built, and all court sessions at this time would be overseen by Juna, Untera, and Desiree. At a later time, when the village gains more and more people, another person would be appointed to the position of village judge. Of course, each case and ruling would need to be signed off by Desiree as well. This was to keep corruption from happening. After Juna finished stating the new laws and rules and explaining everything, Desiree stood up. As you can see, these rules are fair to both sides. So you cannot just blame someone just because. Without proper evidence, you will not be able to bring someone to court. In this case, with these soldiers, they were caught red-handed. As such, once we have moved our village to stretch all the way out to the new dungeon that was discovered, I will allow Jose to pass judgment on these men. Their lives will be in your hands once the village has become stable and does not need as many laborers. Is this okay with you? Jose looked at Desiree and smiled. That is fine. Just knowing that we are able to avenge those we have lost, and that these bastards will not get away with it, is enough for us to feel more secure. Those who follow me are willing to follow you from this day forth, and hope we can help you build the place you envision. Afterward, I want to thank everyone who picked up Volume 2 of the Dragon Girl's Ascension, and also those who have picked up the first volume as well. Deseree's adventures in kingdom building are just beginning, so stay tuned for what is to come as she grows not only in power, but as a person and ruler as well. I want to thank all my fans who are reading the web novel version on, as well as all my patrons who are supporting me on Patreon.